Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitvavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitvavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentico.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React.
Ahoy hoy! Nick Nisi here from JS Party, and I'm live at React Summit. I'm going to take you on a tour of what the live conference is like, and let's check it out. So first off, we're here right at the registration. Beautiful view of the canal right outside, and then we have this simple, efficient way of getting your badge, getting set up and getting going with the conference. You can get your badge, get your swag, and get going right away. Then, right next to that, we have this amazing working zone. So you get that inevitable on-call ticket from work, or you just need to take a break from being super social. Right here is the working zone. There's power, there's Wi-Fi, there's even a TV so you can see the conference and participate in it as you're getting your work done. So that's really awesome. Let's take a walk over here and see what's going on. Hey sir, how's it going?
Good.
Awesome, what's your name?
Andres.
Andreas, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Colombia. I live in Berlin.
You live in Berlin?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. How long have you been using React?
Like 7 years, maybe, something like that.
Yeah, veteran.
Yeah.
Awesome. What do you enjoy the most about it?
Everything. Yeah, very nice talks,
Awesome.
everything. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the conference.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, let's take a walk this way. So right back here, we've got the sponsors set up. We've got lots of sponsors everywhere. They're looking for developers. They're advertising their products. They want to talk to you. They're all here. It's really amazing. There's lots of fun going on right here. So if we take a walk right down this way, we can see one special guest of the conference from the Vodafone booth, and that is the Spot robot right here. We'll see if we can get Spot to wave at us. Hey Spot, how's it going? Enjoying the conference? All right, have fun. I hope you're using a modern React routing library. All right, so this way, coming through here, we've got more sponsors. We've got a bar set up. We've got the coffee machines. We've got food going on. It's lunchtime right now. And right up here, we've got a big TV so that as you're mingling in here, you're networking, you're just grabbing a break or a water or a drink. It's right here. You can watch the conference going on. We've also got generative art, presumably with React going on there when there's not a talk going on. So there's lots to see, lots to do, and it's lots of fun as you're just mingling with everyone around here. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it was really cool. So
yeah,
so much information. Sorry.
Awesome. What's your name?
My name is Marwa.
Marwa, nice to meet you. How long have you been using React?
Since 2 years about, so I was switching between React and React Native.
Awesome. And what's your favorite hook?
React.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Well, thanks for chatting with us and enjoy the conference. All right, so making our way this way, we've got the Basecamp track. This is where some talks are going on. In the morning, there was a lot of React Native. We got a lot of amazing talks coming up as well, including several lightning talks. There's really cool speakers speaking going on in there, and it's just a huge good time. Looks like coming up after lunch, we've got Tejas Kumar talking about handling data at scale for React developers, so that's really cool. All right, so making our way this way, we're going to keep going. We'll keep talking to people and see how they're enjoying the conference. So let's butt in right here. Hey, folks, how's it going? Awesome. Are you enjoying the conference?
Very much, yeah.
Yeah, what's your name?
Jamie.
Jamie, nice to meet you. How about you?
Sylvia.
Sylvia, nice to meet you. What is your favorite thing about React?
React. The structure.
Structure?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I like the things being controlled.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. And how about you?
Yeah, same thing. Same thing, yeah.
Cool. Are you enjoying the conference so far?
Very much, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, nice topics.
Awesome. Awesome. How about you?
Yeah, very much so. Very interesting topics. Lots to learn still, so exciting.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the conference, and we'll talk to you later. All right. So as we make our way this way towards the main hall, we've got one really cool thing for the online attendees as well. We've got this speaker Q&A area. So after the speakers get done with their talks, they come up to the screen and they'll have a few questions answered right there. But then afterwards, if there's any lingering questions or anything you want to go more in depth on, they come right here to the speaker Q&A section. You can see that it's happening right now. There's speakers in there right now. You can also see that there are laptops there and microphones. So as the online conference gets going, you can jump in and ask your questions here right alongside all of the people who are live. So you get a chance to participate and ask your questions as well. They'll be answered right here from the speakers. Really awesome job. So let's keep walking. We have the proverbial hallway track right here as we make our way to the main hall to see the main stage area. Now I got to tell you, this is just a phenomenal event, a phenomenal setup, very good production, like completely professional. You feel like a rock star when you get up here. So lots of chairs. We're at lunch right now, so it's pretty bare. But let's walk right this way. Hey, sir, how's it going?
It's good.
Good. What's your name?
Thomas.
Thomas, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Norway, Oslo.
Norway, awesome. Awesome. Are you enjoying the conference so far?
Oh, yes, very good.
Yeah. What's your favorite part of it so far?
I know the full stack part, I think, has been very good.
Yeah, the full stack part. Are you a full stack developer then?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome, awesome. How long have you been using React?
Since 2013, I think, since it came out.
Awesome. Wow. Yeah. Very cool. And are you working on anything cool right now?
I'm working for a software project for Yara, and so I work as a consultant.
Awesome.
So so I've been there for a year, so I'm still building that.
Nice, nice. Very cool. Enjoy the conference. All right, so as we make our way into the main stage area, we've got several chairs. They go back and back and back. They're adding more chairs just to get everybody filled in here. There are so many people. There are over 1,000 attendees here in person today. There's also tables back there in case you want to bring your laptop in, get some work done. And there is not a bad seat in this house because there is a giant screen at the front and there's a giant screen halfway through. So no matter where you're at, you can see the slides, you can see the speakers, and you can participate and have fun. They're also accepting questions via an app so that you can ask your questions as you think of them, and they'll go to the MCs to get answered as at the end of the talk, which is really, really cool. So making our way up here, this is the main stage. You can see the lights right now. This is a very professional production going on. It just looks amazing as all of the developers get up there and give their talks. They walk up to, they feel like a rock star. They walk up to music. There's a lights show that goes on. It's just an amazing time. So they come up here, they ask their questions, or have their talks going on. We've got a live Twitter feed going on the right here. So if you tag React Summit, you'll see that your tweets coming up here. And then the speakers are up here, and then they have Q&A right next to the awesome React Summit logo. And so this is what it's like at React Summit 2022, and we hope you enjoy the conference. Ahoy.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite
Hey, welcome back everyone, and welcome to our remote audience that have just tuned in 4 seconds ago. Thanks for joining us from wherever you are all over the world. We have started this morning, but we start the live stream right now. For those of you who have just tuned in remotely, we will be reintroducing ourselves. I am Metin Brzezinski. I work as a mediocre developer at Miro, the online visual collaboration tool on the developer enablement team, enabling external developers to create plugins for Miro.
Hi, everyone at home. My name is Ellie. I'm a software developer at Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at EllieBelly. I'd love to hear your hot takes on the conference from the comfort of your homes.
And we think it's super awesome that we can also enable people from all over the world that are not able to come here. We have limited space, physical space, unfortunately. But hey, the interwebs are they can scale like crazy. So we have 25,274 people registered to join us here today, which is a crazy number. I don't know how we would fit that in here.
We wouldn't.
Yeah. So lucky that you are with us from all over the world, joining us. And, well, as you can see, really cool. I think it's crazy that people are tuning in from New Zealand. They must be really tired, because it's the middle of the night there. People from Africa, people from the US, Canada, well, I can't name all the countries, but I think it's super cool that people from all over the world are joining us here today. So thank you for being with us.
Since our online crowd is joining us just now, I want to remind you we have an incredible lineup of speakers for you today. We've made them some cool speaker avatars, which you'll be able to see in all their intros and around Twitter. So do stick around from home, get comfortable, and get ready to enjoy all of this content from our wonderful speakers.
Yeah, and just because you're at home doesn't mean you can't interact with us. Just like the audience that's here in real life, you can ask your questions to the speakers through Slido. You can scan this QR code or go to the website slide.do and log in with the code 1721 to ask your questions to the current speaker. Be sure to select the current track, so if you're on the residence track or the community track, to make sure that it's directed to the correct speaker. And right after the talk, we'll take a few minutes to ask the most upvoted questions to the current speaker.
And of course, we could not do any of this conference in person or remotely without our sponsors. So thank you so much to AG Grid, Toptal, Wrangle.io, WP Engine, and Vodafone for their support.
And also, of course, our gold sponsors. We have Stackhawk, Bitfavo, Ionic, JetBrains, Content by Kentico, Decentology, Zeta.io, Docker, Shopify, Wix Engineering, Nearform, Focus Reactive, Sanity, Sneak, Contentful, and NX. Thanks a lot for helping us out. This event would not be possible without your support. And of course, a big thanks to all of our silver sponsors, named there. And
we also want to give a big thank you to our media partners. These are people that help us spread the word, get everything set up. You can see all of them represented here. You're going to see some of them at the party. So a big thank you to them. And, of course, as a Twitter employee, I could not start this without saying, please tweet. Use the hashtag #ReactSummit if you're watching remotely. We want to see how you're watching us. Is it from your office, from your house, from your bed? Is it like a robe, fuzzy sock, tea situation? Did you dress up for us? Let us know. Your cats, your dogs, your plants, we love to see them. We're going to have a raffle for people who tweet with the hashtag. So do keep that content coming. We love seeing pictures. Hashtag #ReactSummit.
Yeah, looking forward to your photos. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Git Nation Multipass, Git Nation is the organization behind this event, but also all the other events that are listed on the slide. And with the Git Nation Multipass, you can pay a monthly subscription fee to get access to all of them and access to a backlog of previous talks at previous events. So you can check out the Multipass at portal.gitnation.org/multipass and get your subscription today.
As for the agenda, the videos, anything else you need to know about the conference, just visit reactsummit.com where you can find all of the above information in case you have dozed off a little during this part. We have a really cool navigation where you can see the 2 tracks, Summit and Basecamp. There's a little video player. There's a timeline so you don't miss any of the talks you really, really want to see. So check it out. Also, check out our speaker Q&A rooms, where you can talk to the speakers directly. They'll dial in from the venue for you folks at home. And for folks in the venue, the speaker Q&A rooms are next to the other track. It's those little booths that you might have seen coming in and out. There's also going to be discussion rooms with in-person speakers and remote speakers, and you can find them on spatial.chat, which is our collaborative discussion room for folks at home. And for folks in the venue, discussion rooms are on the balcony. Staircase is near the entrance where you came in.
All right, so as a reminder, any questions you have, scan the QR code or go to slide.do and enter the code 1721 to ask your questions. And be sure to select the track you're currently at.
Here are some of the discussion rooms that are on our agenda today. We have the React Native discussion room with all these lovely folks, which is both in person and remote. And we have a design system talks with the experts. You've heard from some of them today already. If you're here, if you're at home, you'll hear from them later today. We also have an accessibility and UX discussion room. And once again, the discussion rooms are up on the balcony near the entrance.
So for the people joining remotely, if you want to chat with the rest of the attendees, you can do so on Discord. Be sure to at least join the community channel to hang out with the rest of the community. You can find the link on the timeline or in the organization email, and be sure to check it out also, because there will be some announcements there, and yeah, some remote speakers will be there, and of course the other attendees.
And if you do join our discussion rooms, remember we do have a code of conduct. It's at getnation.org/COC. You can also reach the organizers at coc@getnation.org. If at any point you feel uncomfortable with something, they're there to assist you. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels, online or in person.
Yeah. So I know everyone is here to learn the latest and greatest about React, and maybe you get inspired and think, I want to do this new stuff at a new company. Well, you can do that because we have amazing positions lined up from our sponsors. You can check it out at reactsummit.com/reactjobs. And yeah, go check it out. Even if you're not in the market, it's always fun to see, at least I think, what's out there.
And our wonderful sponsors have also set up some perks for us online at reactsummit.com/perks. Some of them are virtual if you're joining from home, so check out that part of the website to discover some virtual goodies.
Sounds good.
As always, your feedback is super important to us. reactsummit.com/feedback is where you can tell us what you've liked so far, what we should keep for next time, what you think could be improved. This helps us run the event every year better and better.
All right, I want to take a moment to thank one of our gold sponsors, Sanity. Sanity is the platform for structured content that powers remarkable digital experiences for companies like 1Password, Figma, and Stack Overflow. Developers, designers, content professionals, and digital leaders, they all rely on Sanity to collaborate in real time, ship new experiences faster, and of course, delight their customers with rich media content. You can check it out at zanity.io, and of course, for the people here, they have a booth. And one of our other gold sponsors, Zeta.io. Zeta is a developer experience startup working to radically simplify the way developers work with data. So thanks a lot to our sponsors. Once again, don't forget, if you have any questions, do so on Slido.
And thanks for bearing with us while we welcomed our remote audience.
Yeah.
In-person audience, how are we feeling? Did you have a good lunch? Who got the burgers? Were they good? Yeah? Yeah? Are you feeling energized from that burger, maybe? In-person audience, how are we feeling?
Maybe you ate a little bit too much. You need to be woken up. Shall we do a little CSS exercise?
I know. Can we get like a 3, like a
Let's
little
start
just
at
had
3.
lunch?
Yeah, come on.
The coffee hasn't kicked in.
Leave me alone. I'm
golf
tired.
clap.
Come on.
Maybe I saw something cool in a talk, like a live demo work, like a 5.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah. Now I'm tired. I won. Now 9. Come on, 9. Let's go. Okay, that's a lot better. But for our next speaker, we are going to need a 10. Iris is here giving her talk for the second time because she was kind enough to fill in for a last-minute cancellation yesterday. And, well, the feedback we had was amazing, so I'm guessing all of you haven't seen it yesterday. So please give Iris a big React Summit
11.
10. Let's go.
11.
Everybody. Can you hear me? Awesome. How excited are we all to be here? Good conference so far? There we go. Nice. And hello also to everybody who's joining remotely. Super, super awesome to have you all. And like you already were told, this is actually my second time here because that is just how excited I am to be sharing this with you. Do you think we can make it even better than yesterday? There we go, nice. Yesterday I received a really interesting question, and it was, what's the difference between a good engineer and a great engineer? And I didn't really have an answer, but I reflected a little bit, and I came to this conclusion. Good engineers can tell you what's possible and what isn't, but great engineers find out how to make the impossible possible. And what I mean by that is there's this mindset of nothing cannot be achieved. If you just try and work on it, you can probably make it. I did not have that mindset when I joined Spotify 4 years ago, and I've grown so much and learned so much over that time, and that is why I'm talking to you today. That is like my experience bundled up that I want to share with you. And I couldn't have done it alone either. It was really, really important to have the relentless support of my managers, the people around me, the rituals and tools that we have in place at Spotify. So if anything in this talk catches your attention, that's where you can head in case you want to get a job. We are on a hiring spree this year. And for this specific talk, I also have to thank a couple of people. It is based on my experience, but I wanted to also validate, is it just me? Do other people feel the same way? So I actually interviewed a couple of people. I interviewed 2 managers, Linda and Nafisa, and also a staff engineer called Aaron, as well as Tejas, who's actually on the other stage speaking right now. So thank you all for coming here and missing out on his amazing talk. Sorry. Yeah, so this talk is kind of structured into 2 parts. First, we'll talk about what is impact, what kind of impact does a company care about, and then we'll look into how to grow. The very first thing I need to do is clean up this myth. To continue growing as an engineer, you need to go into management. Not true. A lot of companies, including Spotify, actually have dual career tracks. That means if you are a senior engineer or a senior engineering manager, those are equivalent, oftentimes also in terms of salary. And you don't have to stay on one track. You can change between them. It's going to help you, but you don't have to. But now, what's the difference between an engineer 2 and, say, a staff engineer? I think it's their sphere of impact. So as a more junior developer, maybe you're actually just focusing on making yourself better so that in the future, you can provide more value. Maybe you're only working on a couple of files or that one little application. But over time, that sphere will grow and grow until you're maybe having impact on an entire department, or you're designing interfaces between different domains or different systems, right? And how do you grow this? As engineers, I think we have several impact levers that I'm going to talk about, as well as core skills that play into this. And the levers, or these pillars of impact, I've looked at a couple of different frameworks that I found online, career frameworks. They call them different things, but in essence, it's usually a combination of these 3. The first one I want to talk about is mastery. You can call this tech excellence instead, or craft. And the reason why I'm mentioning it first is because this is the very first thing we usually assess in, say, an interview process. This is kind of what enables you to deliver impact, right? And we'll talk about that in a bit. This does not only mean writing code, and that's really important. The more senior you get, the less code you will likely be writing day to day, but you're still doing incredibly important engineering work because you'll be, for example, designing the interfaces between different systems, but you can't do that directly in code. You first have to plan it in a different way. The next one is, this is a pillar where underrepresented groups usually have to do a little bit more work to prove that they got what it needs. So while, if you're a white dude and you say, I'm an awesome engineer, people likely believe that that's true, right? I had to prove that a little bit more. What I heard was, I'm not technical enough. If that happens to you, don't listen to me. Head over there and watch Tanya Riley's talk on being glue. It's changed my life. The next one to talk about is business impact. And I already mentioned that mastery is kind of an enabler, right? Mastery can only get you so far, because if you're just using your tech know-how to rebuild the same application over and over again, you're not actually providing any value. And that is what your company is actually paying you to do. So instead, if you use that to say, I don't know, improve the conversion flow, improve conversion by 3%, or maybe you're, I don't know, removing this repetitive task, and by that saving $10,000, right? That is business impact. And to be really good at this, you need to understand your business problems. You need to understand what problems your business is facing over time. You need to understand the product vision and the business vision. And if you can do that, the great thing is that we oftentimes have these really hard decisions to make between a little quick hack and this super scalable system that will live for years and years to come. How do you know which one you should go for? Knowing what problems the company is actually facing can help you decide. And the last one is culture. And this is really hard to quantify, but if you have a good culture at a company, you'll probably feel safe, you'll feel good there, you want to stay there for a longer time, right? And there's so much that goes into culture. I'm only going to focus on 2 things for now, collaboration and innovation. Why collaboration? Well, I'm just one engineer, right? So like, even if I was the best engineer on the planet, I could still achieve more if I could level up other people to my level. And then innovation. Why innovation? We all work for companies that depend on creativity and innovation to stay ahead of their competition. So if we can, for example, help as engineers to foster an environment where people feel safe to be their true selves, come up with that stupid idea, try it, fail, learn from it, try again until you succeed, you can actually foster innovation. And this might look different at your company. So it's really important that if you want to make a career at that specific company, you talk to the people you have to talk to figure out what matters to them. And we said it's not only these levers of impact that are important, there's also core skills. What are those? I don't like the word soft skills, although that's what you've usually heard them referred to as before. This is basically what enables you to do that work, right? To work on those pillars. You need that to work with other people, basically. That's what it's going to enable. And in my interviews with the people at work, sorry, do you want to take the photo? There we go. The people I talked to at work, they kept pointing out these 3. So that's why I figured I'd trust them rather than coming up with something myself. The first one is communication. By communication, I mean both written and verbal communication. This is your most important tool if you're working across teams especially, but even within a team, it's going to help you a lot. You will use it to negotiate, to persuade, to build consensus. And the one thing that I see go wrong here most often is that we don't target our message to the person on the other end, especially if they're not technical. The next one is accountability, and this one is even trickier because a lot of languages don't even have a word for this concept. So what does it mean? If you're accountable, it means you take responsibility for your actions and your inactions. And rather than, say, blame somebody else or sweep your mistake under the rug, you'll actually stand up and say, look, I messed up, but here's how I'm going to make sure it never happens again. Or this is how I'm going to fix it, right? That is being accountable. And that will help you in whatever you try to achieve, because if you actually feel accountable, you will make it happen, right? And you can't only hold yourself accountable, you can also do that with other people, for example, through feedback. The last one I want to mention is decision making. And this is going to bring everything in like a little nice circle. The bigger your scope, the bigger your sphere of impact, the bigger the decisions that you will be making. That will require, all of your tech skills, working on the right problem and all of that. It will require communication between teams, building that alignment that this is actually the right solution. But in many cases, you have several options and there is no clear winner and you'll just have to call the shots. But if you are accountable, people will trust you with that decision. Now let's look at how we can grow. The first thing I want to mention is, we're all engineers, right? Yes? Yes! There we go. We literally solve problems for a living. That is our job. It's no different with growth. We have somewhere that we want to be. We have somewhere where we are today. We need to figure out where those are, but then it's kind of easy to build the steps to get there. Let's start with, where even is this be? Where do we want to go? And you might be thinking, I know my goals. Like, I want that raise, I want that promotion, right? Unfortunately, science tells us that that's a really poor motivator over a long period of time. So for long-term goals, you need to tap into that motivation, into that inner purpose. And how do you find that? I'm really bad at this. Like, straight out, I don't have these lofty goals. I'm not like, I want to be an astronaut, right? I don't have that. So instead, what I did was I looked around myself and I looked up to all of these amazing people that I work with, and I asked myself, what is it that inspires me about them? Why is it this project, not that project that I'm drawn to? And through that, I've kind of built this vision for myself of where I want to be in a couple of years. And it's not changed that much over the last 3 or 4 years. I do change it up a little bit, of course. The next thing, once you know where to go, and I can't stress this enough, I just did. I couldn't help it, sorry. Find your sponsors. You need to communicate your goals to the people who can help you achieve them. That might be your manager, that might be your manager's manager, that might be that project manager over there who can put you on that project that you need to work on, right? And it's really important that we do that even if your company doesn't have the rituals in place. At Spotify, luckily, we do have development talks twice a year where we talk about these things. If you don't have that in place, you need to do more of the work yourself. But the beautiful thing is most people really like helping others. So don't only look for people who can mentor you, who can help you create those skills that you need. Also look for people who can advocate for you, get you in that room that you need to be in to actually get that next project. And the bigger your network, the easier that will be, right? And a pro tip I learned from Aaron is don't just approach somebody and be like, hey, can you help me with X? Go to them and be like, I know you're an expert in X. You, yeah, exactly. Is there anything that I can do to take something off your plate and help you? The next thing, obviously, if I don't understand where I am today, feedback can really help you with that. And that's super, super terrifying, right? The first time I heard that Spotify has 2 development cycles a year, and you have to gather feedback from all of your peers, non-anonymous, I was like, shit, like what am I gonna do, right? But the 3 things that happened were, number 1, my imposter syndrome disappeared because all of a sudden, all of these people were telling me I was doing much better than I thought myself. Number 2, I actually understood that I had made progress because that feedback that I received 6 months ago didn't show up anymore. And the third thing that happened is I actually did get those pointers of other areas that I might want to improve. And on top of all of that, having those really honest but personal and good conversations with each other actually builds a mutual trust between you and your colleagues. Cool, we now understand where we are, we understand where we want to go. Now it's about figuring out that way there. And obviously you can't all do it in one go, right? You'll have to slice this into several milestones or smaller goals. I usually try to look for goals that are maybe 3, maybe 6 months out, something like that. And this is kind of my formula for those. So the most important thing here is that I have the reason of why I want to do this on there. That means if for some reason this goal didn't work out, I still know what I actually wanted to achieve and I can do something else instead. I then also have a metric. How do I know if I succeeded or not? Actions, concrete smaller steps that I can take in my day-to-day. And super important, support. Do I need to find a project where I can practice that skill? Or do I need to be sent to a conference for this? Can I expense another book, right? And speaking of expensing books, I'm sure you're all thinking, we're all at a conference here, right? So you're like, I'm here to learn. Unfortunately, bad news. 70% of learning happens on the job, 20% in social settings, and only 10% at these formal educational events, such as this conference. That doesn't mean that this conference is not super, super valuable. It just means if we really want to grow, we have to do it in our day-to-day. And how do we go about that? Well, we can marry up our personal development goals with something that the company actually needs to do to succeed. At Spotify, this is usually fairly easy because I go to my manager and say, I want to go into backend, and they probably tell me, well, actually, there's this project that you could be working on. You could embed with this team. There's a lot of stuff that they already do for you. I also brought a couple of examples of what you can do to pair these things up. One coworker of mine wanted to improve his communication skills. So what he did was he offered to run sprint demos and write stakeholder updates. The most boring thing in the world. My manager was like, yes, please take it away, right? But it helped him, and that's the important part. Another example is a friend of mine wanted to get into this new platform. And he knew that his team was going to use that platform fairly soon. So it was an easy sell to go and embed with that team for 3 months to figure out how it actually works inside out. And yet another friend of mine wanted to get into backend development. So his engineering manager suggested, how about you pair up with this other engineer from a different team for 4 hours every week and get that skill going so you can practice what you've learned in theory in courses. The other thing that I need to say about these actions that you can take is, although it's super nice to stay inside of our comfort zone, outside is where the real magic happens. And that's scary, right? That's really, really scary. I was absolutely terrified when my manager asked, hey, Iris, do you want to lead this huge company-wide back-end heavy initiative? I'm like, I'm a web engineer, do I really have to, But I did it anyways, and it worked out, and I've never grown as much in such a short period of time as in those 3 months. And now I'm hooked. Now I'm like, is this initiative uncomfortable enough? Can I find something that's even worse, And it really helps. But also, pro tip, my manager paired me up with somebody else, with a staff engineer, to make it less scary for me. Somebody who would not directly be responsible for it, but who has my back in case anything happens, who can mentor me a bit. And that just took my fear. All right, we now kind of know where we are. We know how to get to our goal. Now it's just doing it, right? That's easy. Or is it? This has happened to me so many times. I just forget about my goals until 2 weeks before the dev talk. Shit. Well, we've learned from it, though. So my manager and I now check in on our goals once a month in our weekly one-on-ones. And on top of that, I, for myself, have created this little ritual of, in the beginning of the week, checking in on my goals, understanding how can I make progress towards them this week in my day-to-day, and what other priorities do I have this week. The other part is that at the end of the week, I reflect on how it went. I think about, did I need any support? Are there any small wins that I can write down? Any learnings, anything that I can share with other people to make them grow? And another thing that took me way, way, way too long to realize is this. Does anybody else's calendar look something like this? A couple of hands? I feel you. My manager is now based in New York, so this is what happened to my calendar. All of our team events moved to the afternoon, and I moved all of my other recurring meetings to the afternoon as well. I just don't accept meetings in the mornings anymore, and all of a sudden, I have like a good 4 to 5 hours of focus time every single day to work on whatever needs doing. All right, we've now kind of wrapped this thing up, right? Like, we understand what kind of impact we want to have, what core skills to grow, and we know how to plan our goals. There's one more really, really important thing that I need to say. This was all about helping yourself grow, but there are almost definitely also things that you can do to help others. Share what you've learned at this conference with your colleagues, right? Reach out to them to offer them help. If you're in a position to sponsor somebody else, do that. Growth compounds. It always takes longer than we think it does. It's not a thing you do once. It's ongoing and it's constant. But like any investment, a small change today can make a huge difference tomorrow. And I firmly believe that if we just get in the driver's seats and take responsibility for our own growth, there really isn't much that we can't achieve. Thank you.
Thanks, Iris.
Well, actually, this probably goes back there.
Well, if I hear the reaction from the audience, people are really enthusiastic about this topic. And I always really like that in a conference that we don't only have technical topics, but also things like how to grow as an engineer, besides hard skills. Do you like that term?
No, like, why is coding a hard skill? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Just coding skills, then. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Enough from me. Let's go to the audience questions. A question from Anonymous. Does it mean that if you prefer to code more, then senior position is a career ceiling?
I don't think so. Like, if you like engineering, then there won't be a problem. If you think that code is your way of getting there, then maybe that could restrict you in some ways. But it's not like I don't code. It's just very different code that I write. I, for example, would make sure that I investigate how to, if this plan that I had, I'd write a proof of concept to make sure that it actually works in reality. I would write a load test or something. There's small tools that I can write to help a lot of teams achieve whatever they want to achieve, right? So there is still a lot of coding. It's just slightly different.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100...
Whew, that was something. So As a reminder, of course, we have the Q&A rooms. Iris is going there now. There's the hallway track, which basically means talk to people in the hallway, meet some new people, and make some new friends. And you can also do that even if you're here on Spatial Chat. For the people here, be also sure to check out the sponsor booths next to the Basecamp track. We are going to be starting our first discussion room right now about React Native. Make sure to join. You can do so in person on the balcony in front of above the entrance, or just remotely, and then you'll have to click the link in the timeline. I've been checking Twitter right now, and I see a lot of pictures also from people watching remotely. Super fun to see, and I want to keep them coming. So show us your photos. Use the hashtag ReactSummit so we know you're there. Super fun to see how everyone is enjoying the show. I want to take a moment to thank one of our gold sponsors, Narwhal. NX is their product, and it's a smart, fast, extensible, open source build system with first-class monorepo support built by Narwhal. Narwhal works with company to build better software through better developer experience and smarter DevOps. You can learn more at nx.dev. And I also want to thank the other sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js headless CMS and e-commerce expert agency. Partners with Vercel and Sanity.io, and they deliver quality software with the focus on scalability, performance, and of course, a great user experience. Thanks a lot to our sponsors for helping us out. I see your questions coming in after the talk and during the talk, and I want to keep them coming. So for those of you who haven't yet, scan the QR code now so you can ask your questions to our next speaker who's coming up, Tanner Lindsley. Tanner, well, I know that a lot of people are using his software or his open source projects from the Tan stack. A little known fact about Tanner is that he actually wasn't always a developer. He used to be a snail fertility doctor, but that was a failed experiment, and now we are really happy to have him here. We're happy to have him here for, I think, the second time at React Summit. Really looking forward to his talk. He's going to give us some war stories about building React Table and looking back at the past 5 years. So everyone, can I get a warm round of applause for Tanner Lindsley, please?
Am I on? There we go. Can you hear me? All right. I'm excited to be here. I have a lot to cover. I'm jet lagged and tired, but I gotta bring the energy. So help me out. Like we gotta bring the energy. Okay. I have some T-shirts I gotta throw out really quick, and some people who are gonna help me. So let's just get to it. Here, take that one too. Anybody want a T-shirt? Over here. Okay, the loudest cheerer gets this shirt. Yeah, it was exactly the person. Perfect. I'm out. I'm sorry. That's it. All right, I hope you like Jurassic Park. You might not by the end of my talk because, I don't know, you'll see. My name's Tanner Lindsley, and I'm here because I love React, and I love open source. And I'm kind of addicted to it. It's a bad addiction, but it's a lot of fun. Normally, I'd be talking about React Query today. I'm not going to do that. I'd rather talk about, take it back old school, the very first library I ever built that kind of took off, and that was React Table. I want to talk about the last 5 years of React Table and some things that I've learned through this crazy process of building an open source library. And maybe you can apply some of it to what you do, or maybe not. And it's just a fun talk. But we got to go all the way back even further to 2015. I was invited to co-found a startup called Nozzle with some friends. And Nozzle is basically Google, but against Google. We are reverse crawling Google search results at scale, talking like billions of results a day. We're measuring them and extracting out all of the data and just shoving that into BigQuery, believe it or not, and serving it back to SEOs and marketers who want that data. It's pretty cool. Part of that product is that we have to do a lot of data visualization, a lot of querying, and of course, a lot of tables. It's kind of coming together now. I wish our tables in 2015 looked like this. They did not. we were working with a little bit lesser tech here. Not quite like this, but this is where it all starts, right? Everybody starts with the HTML5 table because it's awesome. Like, it really is a great element. Try building a table with divs, and you'll appreciate it. We needed to ship and sell and just, hopefully, like Swizek Teller was able to teach us, like, have an opportunity to improve. So it was like, go, go, go as fast as we could. We were using Angular at the time. Boo. And we were using tools like ng-grid and UI-grid, which honestly were fantastic. They were built in Angular, like for Angular, great integration, and eventually got to use ag-grid, which is also an amazing tool. There we go, we got some ag-grid fans here. So something happened we weren't expecting. This framework shows up out of nowhere, and it's like, this is it. Like, this is where you need to be. And we're like, OK, let's do it. Investment time. We moved everything over to React. I'm talking like everything in like 3 weeks. And then we got there, and we're like, crap. We don't have a data grid library. And I was like, wait. ag-grid has a React adapter. We're like, we are saved. And guess what? We were. Like, we were able to migrate and just keep using ag-grid, and it was honestly super cool. But we did run into some little issues here and there. We were working with a React component. It's just React. Everything's just components. But something was interesting. Under the hood, we noticed ag-grid was not rendering using React. It was shipping with its own custom DOM manipulation engine, which explained why it was so crazy fast, right? But in the process of shipping that crazy fast engine, React kind of got burned a little bit. There wasn't the level of integration we were looking for. Now, I'm really happy that as of like today, ag-grid has like an integrated React renderer, and it's amazing. Niall from ag-grid is going to talk about it like here in like a few minutes, so stick around if you want to hear about that. But this is way back in 2017. Like, that did not exist yet, and we needed a table library immediately. So obviously, I started working on React Table. It was a single component. It was 100% React. And I was able to offload like a lot of stuff to React, all the rendering, the state management. I mean, we were still using this.setState, but it was pretty good still. We even had smaller bundles because React was doing so much for us. And we released it like thinking it was just going to kind of be whatever. And React Tables started to grow. People wanted tables and React to work together. And so while we were loving the success that we were having over on the NPM downloads chart, a storm was brewing on the GitHub repo in the form of just issues. Tons of issues. We were getting inundated with issues, and they all looked like this. Can I move pagination? Give me custom props. Can I use my own row component? Can I use whatever CSS and JS library is out this week? Like, can I do anything with the markup? And the reality is that I couldn't answer any of those questions. I didn't have the options to do that. Honestly, it was just this huge pile of crap. Like, it was terrible. And I did the only thing that I knew how to do, and that's add more props. Any guesses how many props I added to React Table version 6? Come on. 137 props to do everything. They're all right there, like to like customize every little thing about React Table because it was just a single component. I was drowning. I honestly was drowning. Luckily, I didn't die. But thankfully, while I was drowning in my misery, my friend Kent was over building a new library called Downshift. Downshift was a library for building drop-downs and autocompletes. But it was really interesting. It didn't render any markup for you. It just gave you the state, gave you the API, and you had to hook it up yourself. I saw this, and I was like, this is the answer. This is how I'm going to solve this problem. Immediately, I dove into React Table source code. I was like, rip out all this stuff. We're going to go with this API approach, like invert control to the user to render everything themselves. And some people were like, you're going to make me render my own table? And I'm like, yeah, I am, because it's going to help. Just believe in me, I promise. So I'm almost done writing this new version. And the React core team is like, boom, hooks. And seriously, it just killed everything, like functions as children, render props. I was like, yes. This like validated the exact approach I was trying to take. And so I was able to take this, this dinky component as, chilled in as a function thing and turn it into this awesome use table hook where you could just return whatever markup you wanted. It was fantastic, and we launched it. I launched it like ASAP as soon as it was done. React Table version 7 was off the hook. But because of this inversion of control, I was able to close like 95% of the GitHub issues that we had, basically answering everybody with the same exact thing. You want to move the pagination? You do it. Do it yourself. I dare you. And I later learned that this pattern has a name. It's called Headless UI. And Headless UI is not the Tailwind product that you're thinking of, but it's conceptually, it is it's a process of taking all of your logic and your handlers and everything that kind of makes up the logical parts of your application and separating them out from your markup and your styles. I think that this encourages like a lot more capability, inversion of control, reusability. I think it results in higher quality code, almost in the same way that moving your state into a state machine does. So we launched version 7, and it was great. Took a little bit of time for people to, convince people that they had to write their own tables, but once they tasted it, they loved the power, okay? That went on for 2 years, and I even started to see some projects like GitHub Issues. The new beta is using React Table under the hood to render all their tables, but they're using their own components. It's all headless, so they get to keep using their component library and all their styles and everything they're used to using. I saw this, and I was just like, I made it. React Table is done. Checking out. I'm going to go build React Query. I basically did that. Open source has a way, though, of kind of screwing with you. You're never done with open source, and neither are your users. I really wish I had sound for this next slide, but I'm pretty sure Paramount Pictures would like shut down the stream. Anyways, I'm over here enjoying my open source, and out of nowhere, it's like, boom, TypeScript users come out of nowhere. And they're just like, give us TypeScript, go, go, go. And literally, I'm like, stay away. I had no idea what to do. And it's a true story. I was like closing issues and like hiding, like locking things. It's like, stay away, right? If anybody's ever done open source, like you have TypeScript coming at you, it is scary. Like if you don't know TypeScript, you're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, somebody else can do the types. I'm just gonna keep dinking around here. I had no idea what I was doing. But it was even scarier because I knew TypeScript was almost inevitable. Like it was coming for me. And at some point, I was going to have a reckoning. I resisted it so hard. I even bashed on it on Twitter. We all do it. Everybody raise your hand. We all do it. But I started to notice that libraries using TypeScript generally were higher quality, more than mine. They had less issues. And honestly, the developers working on them and using TypeScript, it was imposter syndrome. Like, they were just rock stars. I don't know how they were doing it. Eventually, I had to accept it. It was time to level up. And it was a difficult decision because it meant slowing down to learn something new and scary. But I embraced it full scale. TypeScript really is amazing, and I promise this is not a TypeScript talk, but maybe like subliminal messaging. I started rewriting React Table version 8 2 years ago with TypeScript, and I was like, I'll have a new version out in like 2 weeks. Like, it'll be like an alpha. 2 weeks, it'll be easy. No way. I did not know what I was doing. I had jumped into the deep end, and I had learned that writing libraries and TypeScript, this is like super advanced stuff. I didn't even know how to use TypeScript like as an app developer yet, and I was trying to write a library. I was in over my head. So I put the bat signal out onto Twitter, and I had some awesome people come to my rescue, offered their time and all of their energy towards helping me learn TypeScript in all the various ways, like looking at their patterns, live calls with everybody, support through maintenance. This is my TypeScript team, and I just wanted to thank them publicly because they're awesome. But they all basically said this. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. They all basically said the same thing, though. Hold on to your butts. Because library TypeScript is crazy. Oh, also, generics. They're going to rock your world. Like, they're going to make you cry, and then they're going to make you so happy. They're so cool. In fact, let's talk about generics really quick. It's basically the process of taking something that would be typed statically, like a string, and giving your types variables so that you can pipe those types into your system and back out to your users. This is a really simple function. But you can also use multiple generics to extract information out of types and provide it back to the user in form of like autocomplete, right? Everybody loves that about VS Code, whether you're a TypeScript user or not. Library generics are on another level, right? Like, look at the create column function for React table. Like, that's 10 generics, and okay, let's run that through prettier. Okay. That's actually what we're going to see, right? It's okay, we got some options and a column, and I don't know if anybody noticed, but like we're not even like returning, we're not even doing the implementation yet. And this is how much code we have. Imagine like, okay, there's at least 36 functions in React table, and they all consume about the same amount of generics. Does anybody know how many lines of code that is? That's like 5,000 lines of code. It's not even lines of code, it's lines of types. This was something that I had a hard time grasping with TypeScript. Like, why am I doing this, right? Yeah, the implementation wasn't even done. So I was pretty sad, but I had this idea. Anybody else run into this situation with JavaScript? It's like, holy cow, that's a lot of arguments. What do? You put it into an options bag. Boom, options bag, bagging it. So we can do the same thing with generics. We can take all these generics, pull them out into a generic type, and reuse it as a variable. This is something very new, and I haven't seen it a lot in the wild. I hope it pans out because it's amazing. After making this change, I was able to access all of my generics like I can a JavaScript object. It's called generic maps, and I don't know why it's called generic maps. I think it should be called generic bags. But I was able to reduce the source code of React table by like 70% by implementing this pattern. I'll probably have to talk more about this in like a TypeScript talk. But this was the point where I started feeling confident. I was like, okay, I'm dangerous, but I know a little bit of generics. Like, I'm feeling good. All the great things about TypeScript started coming out. All the refactoring, the less bugs, better design. I was able to take all of the things that are normally just stuck in your brain that are going to fizzle away if you walk away for 2 weeks from your project, shove them into TypeScript, and just like sleep at night because I'm not remembering like, dependency trees of my code. I think it's a necessity. There's so much more we need to talk about with TypeScript. I just can't do it. It's a winning technology. Take it from someone who was a full 180 from last year. You need to try it. You need to use it. Not a lot of time left, but there's one more thing I want to talk about that is a little bit of battle story with React table, but it's also the future. I just want to reassure everybody right now, I promise, I love React, okay? I'm here to stay. But we would all be very naive to think that React is some superior species and it's the only thing capable of producing amazing apps and UI, right? I know we love it, but we need to take it off the pedestal once in a while. There are other frameworks out there, Solid, Vue, Svelte. All right, come on in. And I think that they deserve tables as well. I think they deserve a graded table that I could build in React. And in the time-honored tradition of pushing the limit at the last moment, I decided to take React table and go agnostic. So React table is now called TanStack table, and it's going to ship with all adapters for all the frameworks. Angular, yeah, you want to work on the Angular adapter? Come talk to me. Okay, but it's framework agnostic, and this normally would be very difficult, but apparently standing on the shoulders of headless UI makes it a lot easier. We're already separating out markup and styles, and that makes up a lot of the differences between a lot of our frameworks out of the gate. And it turns out we just needed a few adapters to sit in the middle, kind of wire up the internals of reactivity and context. This is the solid table adapter. That's it. And all the other adapters basically look exactly the same, even React. So the last 5 years have been really interesting with TanStack table. 2 years of it devoted just to implementing and learning TypeScript. It was crazy. There's really only one thing left to do. Should we do it? Yeah. All right, let's do it. Wait. We're not even connected to Wi-Fi. I'll do it after the talk. It's okay. There's also some other things I want to talk about really quick. Over the next 30 days, we're going to be converting over to TanStack Query, Virtual, and Ranger, and the rest of the libraries are coming soon. I wanted to really thank everybody who's helped out with these projects. Anybody virtual, there's a lot of maintainers and contributors working, especially in other frameworks, and I think that's really awesome. Also, all of my GitHub sponsors, wouldn't have been able to do it without them. I wanted to talk about one sponsor, it's brand new in particular, that you wouldn't expect, but AG Grid. Normally, TanStack Table, it's kind of weird saying that now, and AG Grid have been viewed as competitors. You know, it turns out that that's not really the case. They're so very different. They solve uniquely different problems with very different paradigms. Depending on your use case, you might want to use either one. Just like I, at one point, used AG Grid and loved it. We came to this realization, and we knew that it was time to work together. So today, I'm announcing that AG Grid is the first TanStack OSS partner with TanStack Table. And together, we're going to work as hard as we can to educate everybody in the ecosystem, regardless of framework, how to build better tables, when to use each tool, and we're going to share as much knowledge as we can across this chasm and make sure that we can all be friends. So you can read more about it on tanstack.com. That's it. Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Tanner. As a user of React Table, I used it at a previous project. I have to say it was really, what you said, the shifting to the headless paradigm, it was a weird thing at first, but as soon as you get going with it, you're like, yeah, this is how it should be, right?
Yeah.
So I can tell everyone that's like, thinks it's weird. It was just basically the same thing for me when I saw React the first time. It feels weird, right? Writing your markup in JavaScript. It feels weird, but it feels so good when you start using it.
It's the control you get. Right?
Yeah, yeah. So if you have any questions for Tanner, you can do so at slido.com. There's one question from Metin Parsinski. Sounds like a nice guy. So when you started learning TypeScript, how long did it take for you to accept it and not feel slowed down by it?
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Thanks a lot.
Yep. Sorry for ruining Jurassic Park. You'll never watch it the same.
All right. I think your laptop's already gone.
Yeah.
Someone stole it.
Yeah.
So you can go to the speaker Q&A room now if you want to continue the conversation, talk to some people in the hallway or in spatial chat, and of course you have time to visit the booths from our sponsors. We are going to start a discussion room right now also, so if you are here you can go to the balcony above the entrance or join remotely from spatial chat. You can see the link in the timeline below the player on the website. I want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors, StackHawk. StackHawk makes it really easy to automate application and API security testing in your CI/CD pipeline. You can find and fix security bugs before they hit your production product. You can do it with stackhawk.com. Go check it out. Another sponsor that I want to thank is Sneak. Sneak is the leading developer security company, and they are hiring across all teams. You can find your next role at sneak.io/careers. Thanks a lot to our sponsors for helping us out with this event. We have reached the lightning round of this event, which means 5 speakers, 5 minutes each, and we're going to go really fast. So give it up for Konstantinos, Liran, Nick, Niall, and Lena. Let's go, lightning round.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Are you excited to be in the React Summit today with me? Yeah, woo! So, hello, everyone. My name is Konstantinos. I'm coming from London. I'm a software engineer, where I'm actually working there for DAZN. And we're actually building a live and on-demand streaming service for sport events. We plan to become the home of all sports, and this is going to be in a while. But for the time being, we're going to see what about observability for micro frontends. So, how many of you have already used or plan to use micro frontends? Okay, and how many of you have you been building already in production with using micro frontends? Okay, that's much better than expected. That's great. So, micro frontends have actually become like a paradigm for microservices. They come here in order to separate the front-end monolith and split it to separate smaller applications. That's why we end up having end-to-end teams responsible for a specific business domain, and they're able to have a specific mission. That's how we have front-end, back-end, and database teams focused on a specific mission of the business domain. But the teams are, as you can see here, they're really pretty well defined until when, if we zoom in some of these cases, they're not actually that clear separation of concerns. So for example, we might have a team A responsible for the header and footer, but we might have a team B responsible for the account details. We need to find out ways to separate these kind of modules and better ways to observe them in production. I don't know about you. So in Dazn, we're actually using New Relic for logging our runtime errors. You might be using like a similar tool. So I'm going to New Relic dashboard, and I usually see this kind of error. And this is, of course, because React in production minifies the code base and avoids sending down the full error. OK, and how many actually of you have seen this kind of error before in production? Are you logging runtime errors? How many of you are logging runtime errors in production? OK. So what we're doing, we're going to visit the React docs, and we're going to see this error decoder. The information that we get from there is really valuable, but it doesn't help us identify the issue down to the root of it. So what we're going to do here, source maps won't help because they're not aware of the internal modules. And what we need to do is we need to take a step back and check the principles from micro frontends. What I want to focus on is on micro frontends, they need to isolate the failure and be high observable systems. It's easier to observe a single system, but it's a bit difficult to observe a system split into multiple modules. So here, for example, we have my account, which is the container application, and we are also having menu, which is a specific module, footer, which is another module, and profile, which is another one. So how we're gonna solve this problem? We're gonna need clear boundaries, and the way that we're gonna do that is by using React boundaries. This is like a solution for quite some time now. So we're gonna wrap our container components and the module components using the boundaries, and that way we're actually able to create some scope around these errors. Another thing, and the very first step to observability, is to be able to track the error in production with structured events. What this means is that by using the error boundaries, we're able to track on the New Relic system or any other of your tools that you're using. We're able to log the error, and we're also able to define some metadata about these errors. And this is about, for example, module name, module version, or whatever else we want to create some context about. This is what we're going to do for the module error boundary as well. And finally, we're able, now that we're tracking all this data on New Relic, we are able to start querying this data from the New Relic tables. This is how New Relic query language would work. And we are able to query down to very, very specific error types and define even the component source based on the context that we defined from the metadata from the error tracking before. And we're also able to get notified from them in the simplest form with an email, or otherwise integrating with an online or on-call support system like PagerDuty. So you can actually do this with also with Terraform. You can automate all this stuff much, much easier. And yeah, that's pretty much all for now. A really short introduction in the journey to observability for micro frontends. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be around after this talk and on Discord and Twitter with this handle. Thank you very much.
I have a banana. Do you want my banana? What do you want? I don't want your banana. Anyone want a banana? You can grab them. So Liren must be really hot now. You may remember my suit from this morning. I switched right away. You must be hot over there, but with the stage lights, oh, you're gonna be crazy. And with a hat for winter, ooh, gonna be crazy warm. Did you enjoy Konstantinos' talk? So. I don't know if you remember from this morning, but Konstantinos is also in the program committee. So anyone you see here, it's also Konstantinos' fault. Or fault? Well, that's maybe a bit negative. Are you ready? All right, let's go.
Do it. Well, how would you like to hack a real-world live React application? So let's get started and see how we do that in 7 minutes. I'll try to give you as much tips and best practice as I can and show you where the pitfalls when you write React code. So my name is Irantal. I'm a developer advocate at Sneak, where we help developers build secure software. I've got a bunch of stuff around OWASP and Node.js and security research that I'm doing on my own. If you have any questions or want to help me do some of that as well, just reach out afterwards, and happy to chat with you, and we'll do some stuff together. So how do you do React vulnerabilities live? So essentially, think about XSS. And I'll go through this really quickly. And why am I talking about XSS and cross-site scripting when we have React and modern front-end frameworks? So consider this code example, which has first name with some XSS. Imagine first name is user input, right? It flows into your JSX like that, and React outputs something like this. So far, so good. Basic stuff. It works. Actually, React outputs this and not the other thing that you saw before. These are called HTML entities, and it allows the browser to understand that these are left side triangle, right triangle with the less than, greater than, and all of those kind of things. And so the browser understands that you want to print it as text and show you this. This is basic stuff. But React is secure by default, or secure by default, this is essentially what it means. It's doing output encoding. Well, what if I told you it sometimes does that? Not all the time. And that is where things get very hairy. So let's discover the first thing. Take one. I want to add a link to a React application. So imagine this is my application, and I'm building it on the right side. And there's a user story, right? Product managers put in a user story. You want to add Twitter links. Makes sense. I add a Twitter link. You can see the input. I essentially have my Twitter link coming in maybe as a JSON feedback from the backend or somewhere else. And I have my React code with a component. There's a button in it. href, I give it the Twitter link. So far, so good. Let's see. Well, essentially, if this flows into the Twitter link as is, that is a cross-site scripting vulnerability. So if you did that, and really the input of the user for the Twitter link was the following, you'd get an alert pop-up. This is plain React code. I didn't do anything except show you the code of what actually happens. The thing is, React doesn't sanitize or output encode those href attributes. So let's try to fix it. Maybe we try to fix it and do something like, well, I'll detect all of those JavaScript and, colon, whatever it's coming up there, index of, right? I'm detecting it starting with this rather than being somewhere else on the URL. I'll go ahead and fix it with, some dummy hashtag. So I do that, but then that doesn't work because hackers are smart. So they try different ways to fuzzy test the application. So maybe I'm thinking, well, you know what? I'll try and fix it with a lowercase. So I'll transition everything to lowercase and then match them. OK, so I do this. Very simple. Push it to production. I tested. It works. But then someone comes in, and they do something like this. OK, this is a control character. If someone pushes this in, it means essentially the end of the medium, the end of line. This is a way for someone to push it in. And so all of that thing just ends up not working. So links in React apps, think about the fact that best practices here, don't do deny list, OK? Don't do trying to figure out how to remove it. Also, think about things like sanitizing user input where it should be, because React doesn't sanitize or correctly actually output encodes everything that you push into it. There's some specific context like HTML attributes to elements and all of those things. So that said, let's see another way of doing it. Discovering other people's XSS vulnerabilities. How do you print a JSON to look something like this? Because I don't want to write the whole logic around printing it, indentation, etc. So I do an npm install for a package that does this for me. Makes sense. This one has 50K downloads a week, so I feel pretty well to install React JSON pretty. I do it. I import it. All of that makes sense. Then I use it like that. A very cool, easy, simple component. So far, so good. That's what you do all day. Is it XSS-free? Well, think about what input can flow into the application. Maybe it flows in different ways. Maybe your package manifest or the JSON you want to show there is actually not a JSON object. It's maybe a string. So here's the code for it. This is the code from the React JSON pretty component, the npm library. You can see it has some dangerously set inner HTML there, but it actually calls this pretty, which is a method inside that has something that actually tries to output encoding correctly. So it does essentially what React does. Well, if you look actually more into what's going on with stuff that it tries to catch and not do correctly, it actually has this area where it catches it but doesn't do output encoding correctly. So that's what we have. And they have tried to do some XSS to try and remove it. Maybe you tried it. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe you use it in specific context. And you fall into the same problem. Because if you try to do that in XSS for an attribute, that's not going to work. You need to do context encoding aware. So with that said, I'm going to tell you, if you want to learn more about all of those things, there's a bunch of stuff on the blog. You can just Google things like React security best practices, Sneak, or something like that, and do secure coding. So thank you so much. Have fun.
So you may be a little confused. You see Nick coming up, but Nick did not put up a lot of makeup. Nick just couldn't be here, and his colleague has taken over. So Jonathan, thanks a lot for filling in for Nick. While setting up, I want to talk a little bit about brand loyalty. So everyone's here at React Summit. Who's at the React Summit for the second time today? A few people, second time? Third time? Third time, okay, see a few hands. Fourth time? Fourth, nice, good. Fifth? No one? Well, I'm here for, I don't even know how many editions we've had, but I've been at every one of them. So sixth, maybe? Someone sixth? Okay, that's it. But I'm really happy that we've had some people come back. That means we're doing something right? So I hope to see all of you back, of course, again next year, and maybe at another Git Nation event. I think you are pretty much done now? All right. Please give it up for Not Nick.
Hello, React Summit. Is this thing on? Yes, there we go. This is, unfortunately, just one of the bad puns that I'm going to be using today. So I am your token Web3 developer at the conference here today. My name is Jonathan Shealy. I work for Decentology, and we build developer tools for people, for you, to be able to do React component-based blockchain applications where you do not have to write any of the blockchain code. So just like Webpack and libraries like Tanner's new Tan Stack, there's only a few people who actually need to build blockchain applications and package them up as modules to deploy for all of us to just use and not have to pay that cost and get the benefit. So our goal here is to provide Web 2 developers like yourself to access Web 3. So either if you're a manager or a client that asks you, can you just add some blockchain? You do not need to learn the programming languages like Solidity and Rust in order to actually deploy a blockchain app. It's as simple as just npm installing the modules, and away you go. So let's see some code. That's why we're all here today, right? So this is what adding blockchain code to a standard React component would look like. You end up just importing some core libraries. You have an initialize function, like if you ever use Stripe or Auth0 or anything like that. You just pick your blockchain, you pick the network, and any modules that you want to add. In this case, we're using the ER721, the NFT module. So wrapping it in a simple React context, your main part of your app allows you to connect and log in a user. So similar to like Gmail or Facebook or anything like that, you would now just be able to have the user directly log in, which honestly is just simply public-private key encryption, the same thing we use to connect to GitHub and do that kind of thing every single day. Now the user can just do that on your website. In order to use the modules, you just take another component and simply wrap it in a use hook. And in this case, one function should be able to mint an NFT. So you did not have to deploy that contract or anything like that. You just get that for free. And it connects automatically to the wallet. So what's in the box? So that wallet connection I mentioned, so authentication, you get the network negotiations. You don't have to figure out all of the different networks that are provided for each blockchain that might exist. All the contracts are already deployed for you, so we use a factory pattern we call like the tenant architecture, but it's simply a contracts already deployed, and you just get to use them. Decentralized storage is also built in, so we have baked in modules for IPFS and Skynet, so anyone Terminator fan, that name is hilarious. And they're all TypeScript library. As Tanner mentioned earlier, huge fan of TypeScript, and I could never build anything without it. And we also create a testing harness. So we believe in order for you to actually see these things without actually installing them, everything is done in Storybook. So you can actually go in and play with them and see how it actually works and make sure the functionality is there that you want before. So no buyer's remorse, as it were. So that's kind of what we have in the box. So the two questions that I always get asked is, what can I build with Web3 and why do I need it? So to answer the second one first, here is why you need it. You might not. But if anyone has any of these concerns of what you can build, so game engines and adding kind of microtransactions, which is sometimes a naughty word, but a lot of applications do need that. So being able to add that with a mobile application for payments, anytime you have any kind of contracts where you just want to guarantee that both sides are sort of being honest, so a mediator type contract pattern is, and then creating a business logic application where another developer could come in. So let's say you want to focus on creating a game, but another developer can just read the blockchain and create a whole ladder-based engine, based on your data, and you didn't have to build that. The community can help, drive information. And again, like I mentioned earlier, simple authentication. So if you just wanted people to be able to log in and you want to know something about them without having to use one of the big three authentication providers, and you don't have to build an authentication provider yourself, because no one likes to do that. And then payments. So if you wanted to create your solo version of Medium, you could do a subscription-based model. And lastly, I want to say one of the things that we advocate for is for open source. So this kind of model allows developers to put in a small royalty fee into any of the paid transactions. So if the model has like a $5 transaction for me to give to you, you would be able to simply add in a tiny 1% markup, and you would get that royalty forever as the developer. And that's something we advocate for to, bolster open source. With that, we have some documentation here you can visit and go to our Discord. And thank you, Amsterdam.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I want to take a moment to remind you about the after party. Who's excited for the after party tonight? Whoop! So the after party is right here, but we have to kind of transfer the hall to get rid of some stuff so that we have room to dance, right? Everyone got some nice dance moves? I don't, but I can do this. But let's not.
Can I get a...
Oh, let me do it.
Oh. Flip it around.
Yeah. Everyone, hands in the air. All right.
Thank you.
No problem. And we're ready for the next speaker. So everyone, please give it up for Neil.
Hello, React Summit. Is this on? Whoa, hello. My name is Niall. I'm the guy who started the AG Grid project. It's great to be here. And today I'm going to be talking about the new React rendering engine that we have in AG Grid. Now, before we start, just a quick intro for what AG Grid is, in case some of you don't know. Up here is a small example using AG Grid. This example has got, hold it up. 1, 2, 3, sorry. This example has got 10,000 rows and 1,000 updates per second. So those flashy lights that you see are the 1,000 updates per second coming in. Now, we're an enterprise component, so we come with lots of cool enterprise-type features. like turning your screen black. So this is row grouping. So we've grouped the data, and you notice that at the group level, the numbers are still, sorry, the group levels have the sums of the values underneath. So 1,000 updates coming in per second, 10,000 rows, and the groups are being recomputed in real time inside the browser. So grouping's pretty cool. We also do some other really, really cool stuff like this here. This is charting directly from the grid. So if you want, hey, if you want to have your application chart like this, you just put in AG Grid and you don't write any more code. All this stuff comes for free. So the way I like to see it is pretty much AG Grid puts your app on steroids. We often get asked the difference between AG Grid and React Table. Before I say that, is Tanner still here? Are you in the audience? Tanner, is he gone? No, he's gone. Oh, he's at his Q&A. If there was an award for somebody who's contributed most to the React open source community, I'd have to say that would go to Tanner with TanStack. It's like just amazing with React Table, React Query. It's pretty cool. But myself and Tanner, we decided to work together because AG Grid and React Table are different things. You see, AG Grid comes with a lot of stuff out of the box. It has a UI. It's very powerful. It's like all guns loaded. And that's brilliant when you're writing enterprise applications. React Table does not have a UI. You have to create the UI yourself. It takes more code. But sometimes less is more. And less is more when the pages that you're delivering have to go on the web, where search engine optimization is something that you're worried about. So if you want a lightweight library that's on the World Wide Web, then you should consider React Table. But if you want an enterprise component for an enterprise application, then you should consider AG Grid. Right. What was my talk about again? Right. As a component developer, we have a challenge. How do we support all of the different frameworks without having to write our application again for each framework? Well, we worked out that all these different frameworks, Vue, React, Angular, they all do exactly the same thing. They all result in DOM and CSS. They have to, because that's what the browsers understand. The difference is how they go about it. So what we decided to do in AG Grid is make our components as simple as possible. All our components do now is have a template and they set CSS styles and classes. They don't know why. They just set these up. All the intelligence is inside this shared services that we have in AG Grid. Then when we bring AG Grid to a new framework, like in React, what we can do now is rip the rendering engine out that we have and put a React rendering engine in instead. So now when you're using AG Grid in React, it's using React 100% all the way through the grid. Now that's best explained with a demo. And to help me with the demo, I'm going to invite on stage one of our best developers, Mana. So give it up for Mana. Mana can do lots of wonderful things, including holding microphones.
This feels way above my pay grade.
Okay, so this is the example that we saw earlier on, but this is live on my laptop. You can see here there's a product column. This is AG Grid. It's written in React. This application is in React, and this is the code. So the grid would take a bunch of columns like this. You can see that the first column is the product column. What I'm going to do is configure that product column to use a React component. So in your app, you could provide a component like this. This is a simple React component. It's just showing an image. Oops, using the touchpad, it's a bit tricky. An image and a value. I'm going to put that into the first column here. Hit save, go back to my browser, refresh, pray, and it works. So the dancing little robot here, that's in React. But it gets really interesting if I bring up the DevTools and go to the React component section. I'll click out the inspector, pick my new component, and you can see here on the right-hand side that this application-provided React comp lives inside our AG Grid cell comp, which lives inside the AG Grid row comp, and so forth up the hierarchy tree until we get to the grid and we get to the application. So it's using React all the way from your application in through React and into the customizations for AG Grid. And that's it. So thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Take care.
All right. So we have the last lightning talk of the day coming up. Whilst you're setting up, I want to remind you, after this we have a little coffee break, and then we have only 2 more talks left for this year's edition. Well, the in real life edition, of course, because on Tuesday we have we have the remote day. Is everyone also joining for the remote day? There's also some great speakers. We saved the best for last, of course, joining us remotely. So be sure to come there and, well, enjoy the rest of the day today, of course. So we have Vanjana coming up and Sarah Fiera as the day closer here on the main stage. And of course, in the other track, there's more speakers coming up. And I think we're done, right? So give it up for Lena.
Hi, my name is Lena, and today I'm here to tell you about the only way to eat an elephant. You can probably remember it's bit by bit. And I have one disclaimer to make. No, I do remember it's a React conference, but I will be telling my brief story of SSR, code splitting, and why you need to use them both using Vanilla.js mostly. So it all started at the time when there was no React. Someone does remember these times, and someone can't even believe that there was such time when there was no React. But that time, all HTML pages were served as strings. You wouldn't believe that. But the whole content was a string served from servers, and it looked something like this. One route for a whole HTML content, and there were many of them, as much as many roads you have. And actually, everybody was happy at that time. It was pretty straightforward, actually, until they were not. And you can probably guess the reason. It was because of JavaScript. So it became too tedious to handle all the JavaScript, all DOM manipulation with jQuery, with rendering tools like EGS, handlebars, and many, many more in every server language. And also this server round trips made people suffer. And I can hardly tell you who suffered more, users or developers with all their JavaScript, jQuery, and handlebars. So JavaScript heroes came, and they decided to have SPAs, single-page applications. And they were imagining rendering content, all the content on the client side. And they decided that the browser can handle navigation without going back to server. And they thought it was cool. And also they decided they can do client-side routing, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. But they can. And the HTML became very small and shallow, and nothing actually was rendered on server anymore. Everything was rendered in client side with one of JavaScript frameworks, and there became more JavaScript, more tools to build it in one bundle, and more JavaScript problems to solve, more JavaScript conference to talk about these problems, and new monsters were born. Actually, more JavaScript resulted in bigger bundle sizes, which resulted in worse performance, fast rendering, and everything else, and actually users started to suffer. And also business started to suffer, because SEO was a problem. Crawlers can't read JavaScript. They need strings. So JavaScript heroes came back again, and they decided to have SSR back. But this time with the same JavaScript they wrote, because it was so beautiful, to throw it away. And they decided that the solution is to render this JavaScript they have to a string on server, and to have JavaScript function returning a string. So that was a good solution for SSR, and it solved SEO problem, but it didn't solve bundle size problem, right? So they were using both the same JavaScript on client side and server side. So JavaScript heroes decided so that they need to come up with an idea of code splitting. And they did. They did these dynamic imports. Here you can see that there is one problem with this code. Not because it's not in React, but because it's asynchronous. And it does solve the problem of a big JavaScript bundle. You can see that now the content not in one bundle, but loads dynamically. But dynamic imports is for client side, and they can't be rendered on server side because server side needs to do it synchronously. So when your content depends on the road, meaning you need this content right away for client to see it, you can have code splitting both on server and client side. The only problem you need to solve is to decide on the environment you're in and to load it synchronously when you are not in client-side environment, and load it asynchronously when you are. So this is Vanilla.js solution for this problem. And as much as I like Vanilla.js, we all know it doesn't scale. It solves the problem, but it doesn't scale. But luckily, we have React and library solution for it. And we have loadable components. And it is that easy with loadable components. As I wrote it in Vanilla.js, all you need to do is have to feed this library information about all the chunks you have, to ask it to render your content as a string on server side, and then Loadable will decide, as if by magic, in what environment you are. And it will render your content server side and client side and with code splitting, so you will not serve big bundles to your clients. So happily ever after, SSR codes was married to SSR and code splitting were married to React and loadable components, and our users are happy, and our JS heroes ready for new monsters to conquer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, that was it for the lightning talk round. We are now in the break round. So everyone grab a refreshment and see you back in 20 minutes. For the people at home, you also get 20 minutes. So see you then. Bye.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentico.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Before we kick off our next block of talks, we're gonna give out some prizes. And by we, I mean our wonderful, lovely, incredible sponsors. You're so pretty and smart and funny. We love you. TopTal is up.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So as promised, we were gonna raffle a bike.
Put the mic real close to your face.
Okay, sorry. Hi, as promised, we'll give away a bike, right? Everyone heard the elevator pitch, at least when you were signing up for this. Everyone else, yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, I'll just spare your time.
Drum roll, please. Brand new bicycle for...
Boya Moshiri Tobi? No? Boya Moshary. No? Boya? No?
Is there a boya in...
Yeah, okay.
Metin, get out of here. Get out of here.
We can call the number after this, I guess.
Boya, are you here?
Boya. No. Yeah. Oh, well, we'll take the bike down from the stage now and...
Do you want to call them on the phone live
yeah,
on stage?
we're
or?
going to call Boya. Now?
Should we call them now on the phone? I don't think I can call internationally, but we'll see.
I can.
You do it, okay.
Yeah.
Put it on speakerphone. Boya, are you here? Boya Moshiri? UK number, ooh. He's gonna write it across the channel tunnel. Should we do another name? All right. One more.
Boya, we've got Boya. Hey! Hey, congratulations. Probably. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Round of applause,
Well,
please.
You can take your bike. Join TopTal. Always good.
This is yours. You can take it. All right.
That's
Next sponsor up,
Just drive it
Shopify,
away.
are you
Don't-
here?
You need help?
Thank you,
Thank you.
TopTal. Hello, Shopify.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What has our winner won today?
So, what you see up there is a dual wireless charging pad by a company called Current, who happens to be a Shopify merchant as well. So, we opened our raffle, I think, 2 weeks ago, ended up getting 250 people apply for it. So with me, I have my teammate Farida. She's going to help me hand them over. So we did the raffle. We thought only 20 people will sign up. We had 250. So we have
Amazing.
7 winners who'll go home with the dual charging pad from Current. So let me see if Kevin Carter is in the house from Liberty Mutual. No? Okay. 1 out of 7. Let me see. Franba from Highlights Experience. No? Going once, going twice. Okay. Just moving on. Katerina from Avast. Katerina
From Avast?
wow. No one. Okay.
Keep going. We only have half the people.
We'll keep going. We
Keep
have
going.
them on. Neha from Dell. Neha, Dell, any of your colleagues in here? No, we'll keep going. Oh, so there's someone called Tabish Hassan. Oh, wow. Or maybe all of them are attending the remote edition. You never
Maybe.
know. They'll get it. We keep our word at Shopify. Gashan Sain from Sport Hero. Gashan.
Hero.
Wow. Okay. Last one. Elizabeth.
From?
Elizabeth from New Front. Interesting. We will keep going. If they're not here, we will actually still run the raffle at our booth. So please pass by if you want to win 1 of 7 of the charging pads, and then you can have it delivered to your house, okay? Yeah. Thank you. That's cool, eh?
Thank you. We're a big group. Somebody has to win. Who's up next? Content. Coming up, lads. What has our winner won, Content?
Thank you. I'm Andre from Content.ai. This is my colleague Martin, who's about to embarrass himself by saying some name wrongly. So we're raffling a mechanical keyboard.
Ooh.
We have all the names in this hat, so...
Drum roll, please.
Hopefully our candidate is in the room. So, let's see. And if I can read it, of course. Kirill
Kataev. Kirill Kataev.
Is there a Kirill in the house? Kirill Kataev. Kirill, where are you? Look at all these jealous people who want a cool mechanical keyboard.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Keep going.
Now let's give him 5 more seconds.
Kirill Kataev.
Just wave if you're coming here.
Should we do another one? Or?
All right, shall we do the next one?
Yeah.
All right, let's do the next one then.
Keep it going. Get rewarded for being here. And
exciting. Okay. Philip Wachchowiak.
Philip Wachchowiak? No, not you.
Philip? Are you here, Philip?
Is there a Philip in the house?
Philip. Let's move on. This is, you know what, sudden death. We need to move on. We got amazing talks.
So, third one? That's it?
Dennis Dennis Hendricks.
Dennis Hendricks, are you here? Dennis, shout or we're moving on. Okay, we're moving on.
Okay.
Nooni Nodov.
Nooni. Nooni, you want a keyboard?
Oh, there is. Are you Nooni?
We have a Nooni! Yay! Woo! Congratulations! You're going to do code better now. All right. Thank you, Content.
Thank you.
For
Thank you
your
very much.
Keyboard. Thank you for visiting us. Thanks, all of you, for sitting through that. All right. Let's move on. Where are my slides? Boop. Is this thing on? Hello? No. More. One more. Do we have sponsors for this one? I guess those were our sponsors. Okay. We have slides? Yes. We are going to move on to our last band of talks, which is going to be obviously the best. I'm kidding. They were all good. I love all my children equally. I am very, very excited to introduce this next speaker. I have had the pleasure of watching her speak before. It is a great honor for all of you. So I need like a very big 10 out of 10 welcome for Anjana.
What's up, y'all? Oh my goodness, we're in 3 dimensions. I'm really excited about it. I have missed you all. It's great to see you, very far away. And great to see everybody virtually tuning in at home. My name is Anjana Vakil. I am here to talk to you about React. Just kidding, no. I'm here to talk to you about functional programming, which is sort of related to React because it is the programming paradigm behind the way that we work with everything in a functional framework like React. So I want to talk to you about functional programming because I think that it is a really beautiful paradigm, a really beautiful way of understanding what programs are, what entities they're made up of, how those entities behave and interact. In other words, a programming paradigm that I think is pretty great, and I don't think I'm the only one because functional programming has some really nice characteristics. So first of all, functional programs are really easy to predict. They're very predictable, which means that they're easy to test to make sure they're doing the right things, and they're easy to debug to make sure that when they're not doing the right things, we find out why and we fix it. And so that is why, as programmers, I think most of us find functional programming pretty easy to love. Give it up if you got some love for functional programming. Yeah! Functions! Woo! But I actually think that functional programming is also pretty easy to be scared of. Give it up if you got some fear for functional programming. Woo! Yeah, me too, exactly, because it's got this reputation, which is unfortunate, but probably pretty well-deserved, of being this very opaque, kind of academic, scary world full of weird words, like terms from category theory and stuff like that, that you need a PhD to understand. So it's pretty easy to be a little afraid of. But I think that functional programming actually, in its core principles, can be really simple to understand. And so I kind of make it my mission to try to make functional programming more accessible. You might know me from this talk I gave called Learning Functional Programming with JavaScript. If you haven't encountered functional programming before, or if you know somebody that hasn't and wants to, check that talk out. It goes into a lot more about how functional programming really works under the hood. And to go even deeper, you can also check out a course I have on front-end masters called Functional JavaScript First Steps. This talk is not going to be really going into the details of how we do functional programming, except insofar as to answer the questions of how we do functional programming in the real world. So what is functional programming just in a high level? Well, it is programming with functions. That's super insightful. My talk is over. Bye. Okay. No, just kidding. Functional programming is programming with functions, as you probably know. In fact, it's programming with a special type of functions called pure functions. So what is a pure function? Well, a pure function is a function that turns input into output. You give it input values, and it returns an output value. And that is literally all that it does. It returns an output based on its inputs. So you maybe give it a width and a height value as inputs, and it maybe returns that aspect ratio by dividing them as its output. Very simple, very predictable, because that means a pure function is totally deterministic. So if you give it the same inputs, it will always give you the same output. And that's because it doesn't involve any kind of state. Where state is values changing over time, those don't exist in the functional programming world. So anytime you call a function with the same inputs, you're going to get the same output. Deterministic, safe, predictable, makes programmers happy. So this also means that pure functions can't do side effects. So a side effect is anything the function might do that is not returning its value, returning its return value. So that means there's a lot of stuff that we're usually used to doing that we can't do in functional land. We can't, for example, log to the console. That's a side effect. That's not returning a value. We can't touch the DOM. That's a side effect. That's doing something other than returning a value. We also can't even look at what's in the DOM or look at the state of the world outside of our program. For example, by checking what a certain element has as its value for a certain attribute, because that would be looking at something other than our inputs, and that would mean that that could change, and you could call the function with the same inputs and still get a different result. Can't have that. So no logging things, no touching the DOM, no even looking at the DOM or anything else outside of the inputs. Every function has to just look at its inputs and just return its output. Okay, we're all on board, right? Yes. Yeah. Cool, so that means we can do nothing. What can we do if we can't touch anything? We can't, like, affect anything in the world. All we can do is return values. What are we supposed to do? Well, so functional programming can do whatever we need it to do, but we have to get used to some techniques for kind of relating to the real world and still keeping to our functional, pure, kind of deterministic world here. So this is what we're going to be looking at today, is how does functional programming work in the real world and not in the nice little academic mathy circles where it exists on like this other plane of reality, but in our world where we want to draw things on screens, for example. So how about we draw some art on the screen, yeah? Woo! Okay, so we're going to make some generative art and look at how that helps us understand how functional programming relates to real world trying to do things. Because making generative art, I think, is a really good example of doing some things that functional programming often feels like it isn't really capable of doing or very good at. So generative art usually needs some kind of side effects. If you're trying to make art, you got to draw some pixels on the screen at the very least, right? You're probably going to need some element of repetition. You're going to want to have recurring motifs in your artistic work. You might need some representation of state, because maybe you want to be altering different parts of the image in different ways, changing values, right? But we don't have state, so how do we do that? And then you're probably going to also want to include some element of organic seeming variation. So usually generative art involves some aspect of randomness. Guess what randomness is? The opposite of deterministic, right? So how do we deal with all of these things in a functional universe? This is what we're going to be looking at today, and along the way, we're going to make some pretty pictures. Yay! All right, let's do it. So, side effects. How does functional programming handle them? Well, it doesn't. What we can do, though, when we need to do side effects, like, for example, drawing something on a screen, touching the DOM, we can take those side effects and push them to the very, very outermost edge of our program. So we can sort of create like you could think of it as a protective shell around our program where all of the messy, side effecty, imperative stuff can live on that very outermost edge. And then inside of that, we can keep all of the internals of the program pure and functional. So deterministic, so safe, predictable, testable, debuggable. So what we want to do is push all the messy side effects out to the outer edge, the imperative shell that will wrap around a pure functional core. With me? let's look at what that seems like in real life. So here's an example of, I have a simple little SVG that I'm calling art. We'll see if that holds true once we see what art we draw. But, and what I've got is a function that is not a pure function. So I'm calling it impure set SVG contents, which what that's going to do is do all of the side effecty stuff. It's going to grab my art element out of the DOM. It's going to quick and dirty, like set its inner HTML to basically do a side effect here to change something in the document. And that's basically going to be our outer imperative shell. So this is not functional code. This is not pure. It's impure. But everything that happens inside of it, what we can do is we can use pure functions to generate the art that we want to stick in there inside of that nice little shell that's doing the side effects for us. So what I can do then is get a pure function, which I can call getArt, that will take in whatever parameters I need to give it, and then create the contents in a pure deterministic way, which then my impure set SVG contents will put up onto the page in a imperative, non-functional way. Cool? All right, I see a few nods and a few people still waking up after coffee. I'm with you. Okay, so let's make some patterns, and maybe that'll be a good way we can fill in our contents from our little imperative shell program. All right, so patterns are fun for generative art. So how can we make patterns where usually patterns involve some element of repetition? How do we do repetition in functional world? So in functional world, we don't have state. We don't have values that can change over time, which means we also don't have things like for loops, right? Because a for loop means you have some kind of value that you're going to increment or change on each loop that you go through. So instead, what we're going to do is, instead of this imperative way of thinking about repetition as a form of iteration, in functional land, we're going to think about repetition as a form of a recursion. So recursion is going to be kind of the sub-paradigm that we use to achieve repetition in functional programming. Probably not super new to folks, but it's actually really interesting how iteration and recursion relate, or at least I think it is. And so I have another talk where I go into more detail about how these work in JavaScript and how they kind of relate to each other. If you're curious about iteration versus recursion, they're not actually enemies. You can check out my talk, Recursion, Iteration, and JavaScript, a Love Story from JS Heroes 2018. But suffice it to say, today we're just going to stick with recursion. So how does that work? Let's try to make this little pattern with these kind of successively smaller and smaller diamonds or squares. What we can do is create a recursive function to draw this pattern. I'll call it getPattern, because I'm great at naming. And this will take in a couple of colors, and then a certain width for how big we want this pattern to be. And like any recursive function, this is going to be a good recursive function that doesn't blow up my computer, because it has two parts. It has a base case where there's actually no recursion happening whatsoever, where basically if I have a small enough width, I'm just going to return a rectangle of a certain color, whatever the first color is, and that's it. I'm going to be done. No recursion. However, if the width is bigger than that, then I'm going to make a recursive call. In my recursive case, I am going to not only give back a rectangle or a square, in this case, of a certain color, but also rotate a little bit and then use my same getPattern with the colors swapped to generate a smaller rotated pattern of the same structure with the opposite direction of colors. And by recursively calling itself and itself and itself, we're going to get this repetitive kind of trippy like pattern drawn. Okay, so simple recursion. We're with us so far? We're good? I see thumbs. Excellent. Thumbs from the live stream. Excellent. All right, fabulous. Now, this was kind of a simple example because this pattern looks recursive, right? It seems to be recursive. What about a pattern that doesn't really have that vibe to it? Like, what about a really standard grid? How would you draw a standard grid if you can't use a for loop, if you can't use iteration? I'm going to let you ponder that while I take a sip. How would you draw this grid recursively? Okay, I can't hear anything that you're saying, but I appreciate you. So let's look at one way that we could do this, which we'll see if it was what you said. You can just yell, yes. So what we can do is start with a base case where we just draw one tile. Just one tile. all we want. It's just one little tile. It's not so much to ask for. And then what we can do is we can check, okay, are we trying to draw more tiles than this? Do we have like more columns and rows to draw? And if so, then we can treat those as smaller grids, and we can recursively draw grids. Like, for example, we can draw one recursive grid that goes to the right, that kind of draws the rest of the row after my little base tile. And then we could do another recursive case where we draw all of the columns and rows below my first row. So this is what that might look like in code. I know this is a lot, bear with me. But what we've got is a base case where basically we're figuring out from the width and height that we want and the number of columns and rows that we want, we're figuring out what the width and height of this particular tile should be. And basically, we're returning that. And if we don't have any more columns or rows to return besides just one, then we're done. But if we have more columns, that means that we need to draw the rest of the row. So we're going to recursively call this function, which I've called getTiles, to get this little tiled pattern. We're going to call getTiles to draw everything to the rest of this row to the right, basically drawing another tiled area that's just of a reduced width and only one row. Cool? And then what we're doing is if we have more rows below that to draw, we're doing, again, another call to getTiles with a reduced number of rows and all of the columns, so basically drawing the entire rest of the owl. Yeah? Cool. All right, so what we've got then is we can use our getTiles function, and what we're doing is we're passing in a little makeTile function. This is also a very functional vibe, right? Passing functions around, because then we can change what that makeTile does to draw different things. Right now I'm passing in a basic tile that's just drawing a little orange rectangle. And so this is what we get. We get our nice 5x5 grid when we call our getTiles with our makeBasicTile function. Yeah? Cool. Now let's try to do something more interesting. All right. So to do something more interesting than having just the same square repeated over and over, we're going to need some notion of state, some notion of a value changing, right? But we don't have state. It's functional land. All we have is values. They don't have time. Every call to every function that we make with the same values is going to give us the same thing. So how do we handle state? Well, what we can do is represent the state that we care about with data. And on a certain call to a function, we're going to pass in whatever inputs the function needs along with the current state of the world that this function might care about. And then what we can do is return not only the output value of this function, but also an updated new object, not the old object modified, but an entirely new object that represents a new state of the world in case it has changed. So by treating state like data and treating it as part of the return value and the input value, we can keep track of where we are in the image or in the time or in whatever we're trying to do. In this case, it's going to be where we are in the image. So let's try to use this principle to draw a slightly more interesting piece of art where we have a checkerboard. Okay, so now I'm using my same getTiles function where it's going to draw a grid, but this time instead of passing in my basic tile, I'm going to pass in a checkered tile where what we're going to be doing is passing in an array of colors and then keeping track of state, in quotes, with an index that's going to tell me which color I'm currently on. So I'm going to be then changing that index in the new piece of state that I return out of this function, which I can then use to pass into the next call to this function and start with a different color. So if I pass in two colors, this is going to flip-flop between them. And if I pass in a longer array, it's going to rotate one after the other through them. Cool? So we get this checkerboard pattern. With me? Okay, all right. So it's like, cool, we can play checkers, I guess. But what else can we do with this? Well, I don't know if you've noticed or if this reminds you of anything, but we can actually make fashion, y'all. Woo! All right, so I don't know if folks at home can see, and I apologize for the geometric chaos of this outfit, but do you like my outfit? Thank you. It's functional. No, so I found these pants in a shop in Budapest, Hungary recently called Palmetta Design. Shout out to the designers of the world making it happen. And I, of course, was like, A, I need these pants. B, I need to figure out how to make this pattern, which is what I'm going to make you all do right now. So this is basically the pattern that we need to make some dope fashion. How would you make this using nothing but what we've seen so far? Ooh, we're thinking. I see a lot of scratching. I see a lot of nodding. I see a lot of, huh. All right, let's see. So, because what we've got is something that's a little bit off kilter, let's first of all take this and notice that if we were to rotate the whole thing, or unrotate it, we would get a more regular looking grid. And if you notice here, this is actually the same tile, the same pattern repeating over and over. So let's take a look at one of these chunks of pattern and zoom in. And do you notice anything? This is 4 different checkerboards. So what we've got is we've got a big square checkerboard, which we already know how to draw. Then we've got kind of a narrow smooshed one and a wide smooshed one, which are starting with the alternating color so that they line up nicely with the alternation. And then we've got another small square one. So we know how to draw all of these 4 different checkerboards. We already have a function that does it. So what we can do then is take those 4 checkerboards and smush them together into a single tile and use that as the tiling function that we pass into our get tiles. And then we rotate the whole thing and we're done. So here's a bunch of code. But basically, this is just doing exactly what I just described. So what we've got is we're picking a ratio of how far we want that like wide, narrow split to be. We're figuring out the dimensions, and then we're creating like the big square checkerboard, the smushed narrow one, the smushed wide one, and the small square one. And we're basically just concatenating them all together in one big return value. And then the only piece of interesting change that we're doing is we're checking whether, based on the number of tiles in one of those checkerboards, if it's even or odd, we're going to decide whether or not we need to flip the first color so that everything lines up nicely and we get the alternating pattern. But this is basically it. So what we've got now is some wearable functional programming. I'm pretty proud of us. I don't know about y'all, but yeah. Woo! Okay. So the time I am not sure of now because I don't have it, but I am going to press ahead because what we've been seeing so far are things that are really regular and really predictable. So let's now try to make things a little more interesting by adding some irregularity. How do we do that? How do we add a little bit of organic variation to our art? How do we incorporate randomness is what I'm asking you. So how does functional programming handle randomness? Well, you can probably guess it does not. We do not do randomness in functional programming because if we did, then we wouldn't be able to predict what the return value given certain inputs should be, right? And that would break our entire brain and all of the wonderful advantages of predictability and debuggability and testability. So we're going to do the same thing every other piece of computation does because actually all computers are deterministic even when they're pretending not to be. And we're going to use pseudo-randomness, where we're going to generate values that have the same distribution as random values, but we can actually predict which values we're going to generate based on a seed that we give to a pseudo-random number generator. So the random number generator that we can use, the pseudo-random number generator, could be something like simplex noise. Simplex noise is really cool for generative art because it basically what it does is it generates a field of values, like a grid of values for you, which if you zoom out and look at it on the large scale, it looks like totally random. But if you zoom in and look at a smaller portion of the noise field that it generates, actually you can see that the values are related one to the other. So you get this nice kind of organic, smooth transition from one pseudo-random value to the next. So this is a really handy algorithm for doing generative art. And so what we can do is we can get a simplex noise package from a very impure source, the outside world, right? But then what we can do is we can impurely grab a noise field that is going to predictably give us the same random values. So how this works is if I instantiate a noise field with this algorithm with a particular string as a seed, I get a certain 2D grid, which I can then query at a certain point and get a certain value. So I take my 2D field, I give it an XY coordinate, and I get a value out. And if I generate this field with a different seed, I'll get a different value. If I generate a new field with the same seed, I get the same value. So this is deterministic. It's pseudo-random. It's not actually random. But for our purposes, it works just as well. And so what we've got now, we can do like a make random tile function where I'm going to pass in the noise field as data that this cares about, and some colors, and an index for each tile to represent each tile. And then I'm going to use that tile index to figure out a particular specific random value from the noise field that will represent this tile, use that to randomly choose a color for this little tile, and then increment my tile index on each call to this function so that I'm getting a different value for each different tile. And what this gives me then is a kind of noisy, like, but chosen out of the colors that I picked, kind of noisy field. And where we can take this then is to actually start randomly changing or jittering some kind of property of our art based on these values that are pseudo-random but different enough from tile to tile that they look random to us, to our silly human eyes. So what I've got here is I'm drawing these little clocks. Each of these tiles is going to be a circle with a particular color and like a particular clock hand that's rotated a certain number of degrees. And all I'm doing is using the same concept, using the tile index to figure out a random number of degrees to rotate this tile. And in this case, I'm actually not choosing a random color. I'm alternating the colors, same as we did in our checkerboard, to create this kind of nice repeating but also random pattern. So this is an example of how we can, even in a pure functional world, incorporate that organic variation and pretend that we have randomness. Okay, I'm super over time, so let's recap real quick. Look at everything that we did. We figured out how to do side effects. We actually drew some stuff on the screen by putting it all in an imperative shell around our pure functional core. We figured out how to do repetition, always with recursion. We don't need no for loops here. We're fine. We got recursion. We figured out how to keep track of state by basically just treating it as more data and making sure that if we need to change something in the state, we return new data instead. And we figured out how to deal with randomness by, in our imperative shell, generating a field of values, which we can then use to simulate randomness in our programs. So, we have just done a lot of functional art. Be very excited and proud of yourselves. I think we did a great job. You can check out the code for these examples on observablehq.com/@Anjana. You can follow me at Anjana Vakil on Twitter. I thank you so much for your time, and go and make art. Woo!
Amazing. Anjana, my darling, we are running a little behind schedule, so I'm actually going to let you go on to your booth. Our wonderful assistant, Catlin, has all your Slido questions waiting for you, so you can chat to Anjana there. We're going to move right along. Thank you. That was incredible.
Farewell.
Once again, thank you to Anjana. All right, we're moving on. I want to play a game. Raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you. People, seats, please come in.
More than enough
seats. Time.
Here.
Join us. A lot of empty seats over here, a few in the middle. If you're on the edge and you want to scoot in so people from the edge can sit, that would be great too. All right, one announcement first is Kumar, Vimal, your lost items are at the registration desk. Please go find them. The car, no, I'm kidding. Okay. Once again, we have our speaker Q&A rooms in the hallway track. Hybrid, you can join Discord or spatial chat to get your questions answered. Yeah. In parallel, we have the last discussion room of the day on accessibility and UX. Same drill, on the balcony by where you entered. Want to do a little shout out to our gold sponsor, JetBrains. Yeah? JetBrains. Join the millions of people who use WebStorm and other JetBrains IDEs today at jetbrains.com. You get all your essential developer tools in one place. Also, shout out to Nearform, another gold sponsor. Thank you for your support. It's a remote-first software company specializing in Node and React to build scalable, secure, and agile solutions. Now, while people file out, and other people, please join us, there's space, make room for people if you're on the edge. We have an exciting part of the afternoon, which is the React Open Source Awards. We give these out every year to shout out some of our favorite projects. We have a panel of judges. It's kind of like the Oscars, but for open source, made up of the speakers, the organizers, the program committee. And just like open source, these awards don't pay either. So stick around, and we're going to give out some prizes.
But you do get some internal fame, of course.
True.
Which is worth more than any amount of Bitcoin.
Of course.
Yeah.
So we, I think, are going to kick off the awards, maybe?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little question to the audience first.
Awards?
So we are here at this moment to honor the people that have put a lot of their free time in open source work. And I wanted to ask a question. Who works at a multi-million-dollar company and who relies on open source and doesn't pay them? Painful, right? Painful. And so the best we can do is give out some awards. So we have some, and they are pretty cool. And they have a light. Ooh.
We also have cool envelopes that are a secret, like in the Oscars. So this is fun for me, too. Look at that.
Ooh, yeah. I know, I want to watch.
Mine.
Okay.
They're a secret.
Oh.
They were compiled by a special accountancy agency and brought here by a team of security guards. I have not seen these. Neither has anyone else. Super secret.
In the last 10 minutes.
Let's kick off some awards, shall we?
Right, we have a video for every category. First category is Breakthrough Project of the Year. Let's see the nominees.
Jotai is an atomic state manager for React. It's based on weak map, and atoms are distinguished by reference. Atom and useAtom functions allow you to share state across components. It works like useState, and you will understand the usage instantly. The actual implementation supports React context, suspense, and deriving atoms. It comes with utility functions and integrations with other libraries, so that you can be productive to develop your apps.
Preview.js is an extension for your IDE that lets you preview React, Vue, and Solid.js components at the click of a button. It automatically figures out the props needed to render your component correctly, and it updates the preview instantly on every keystroke. You can use it to tweak your styles with instant feedback. It also lets you preview Storybook stories, so you don't need to spin up Storybook if you just want to tweak a particular story. Preview.js is open source and currently available for Visual Studio Code and JetBrains IDEs such as IntelliJ. You can check it out at previewjs.com.
Refine is a React framework for building internal tools rapidly. You don't have to do the repetitive work for CRUD operations, state management, authentication, and access control, so you can focus implementing your own business logic. Refine is headless by design. You can use any UI framework and do unlimited customization and styling. Refine works with your backend out of the box. You can connect to REST APIs, GraphQL, Airtable, Strapi, and many others with built-in connectors.
Remix is a web framework that enables you to build awesome user experiences and feel great about the code that you had to write to get there. We have a laser focus on web standards and modern web app UX, and so it has the mental model of the late 90s and the simplicity of building websites like that, but also the modern tech of the modern age, and so you can build really awesome user experiences. There's a ton of stuff to learn about on this page about data mutations and getting rid of loading spinners. I invite you to check it out at remix.run.
So WagMe is a collection of React hooks to help you get started with Ethereum. WagMe makes it easy to connect a wallet, even sign in with Ethereum, and it even has a bunch of hooks to help with smart contract interactions, displaying account balances, displaying ANS information, sending transactions, and so much more. So check it out at wagme.sh and let us know what you think. Cheers. Catch you later.
All right.
Okay,
those were the yummies. So, you know what time it is, right? Drum roll time. Can we get a drum roll? And then Ellie, please let us know who is the winner of the Breakthrough Project of the Year.
Who would you have voted for? Nobody.
They didn't vote, we voted.
The winner of the Breakthrough of the Year award is Remix.
Remix!
So the team at Remix is not here to hold that.
Yeah.
Thank you. To accept this award, but I'm going to say hi remotely. And we're going to mail it to them. They want to thank their family for all their support.
So congratulations to the entire Remix team. Great work.
All right, next category. Fun Side Project of the Year.
And of course, the most fun category.
Kill the Corona. A 3D game with nice graphics and music. You can kill some time by going after the bad coronavirons who attack when you come close. The game was written with React and React 3 Fiber libraries. Move, jump, and attack to beat the game. You can give it a shot by visiting killthecorona.netlify.app, or you can check the source in the GitHub repo.
CubeRun is a synthwave-styled infinite runner game where you steer a spaceship while trying to avoid running into these colored cubes. It was made in a few weeks using React and React 3 Fiber, and I think it's a good example of how easy it's become to make something like this with the ecosystem for 3D stuff that is built up around React 3 Fiber and other related libraries. Hopefully people think it's fun to play as well.
Give your project a bit of love and switch it up a bit with Heart Switch. It is a heart-shaped toggle switch component for React. It was inspired by Tor Bernhoft's I Heart Toggle Dribble Shot. It's fully customizable, as you can switch its size, colors when active or inactive, and shadows. Check out a demo on heartswitch.netlify.app or visit the GitHub repo.
A free trip to memory lane, a little big adventure 2, Twinson's Odyssey. Now, re-implemented in JavaScript, with the help of React and 3.js. Do you want to immerse yourself into this gem of a game? Visit lba2remake.net. Currently you can walk around every island and buildings of the original game. Most of the graphic elements are implemented and part of the gameplay. It also features the editor mode, which allows navigating around the game scenes, inspecting scene content and variables, inspecting the game engine internal variables and debugging scripts. You can also get a peek at how it works under the hood and learn more about the development in the GitHub repository.
Welcome to Tetramino, an open-source block matching game built with React, Redux, and Tailwind. All of the game's graphics are rendered with HTML and CSS. Because the game doesn't use a canvas, it makes for a better guide for beginners learning the basics of web development. Tetramino's source code is structured using the atomic design pattern, which means components are broken down into atoms, molecules, and organisms. The game engine is a reducer function for Redux. Game actions are dispatched, the game state is modified, and the blocks on the screen are updated. Game logic was coded by writing unit tests. Each test used strings as game data. This made it easier to verify blocks are moving as expected. That's my game Tetramino, a game built in React for people learning React because learning should be fun.
All right. Fun side project of the year, React Summit. Drumroll, please. Thank you. The winner is Cube Run.
Woo! Congratulations! Do we have anyone from the team?
Cube Run is not here, also remote. We will mail you. Hey. Cube Run would like to thank their internet service provider and Caffeine for this wonderful project. Thank you.
And do I need to remind you, by the way? Oh. No. Nice. Productivity booster. Who doesn't love a little productivity booster? Let's see what the nominees are.
You can now build fully functional accessible web applications faster than ever. Say hello to Mantine. Mantine is a full-featured component library with more than 120 customizable components and hooks. Go on our website, select the Mantine packages you want and the library you will build on, and get all the steps you need to get started. For tutorials, examples, and how to begin your projects, visit mantine.dev.
Hello everyone, my name is Yoav and this is React Uploady. Uploady is a small library that packs in a lot of capabilities for uploading files in the browser. Its goal is to be as easy as possible to use while enabling anything from simple flows to the most complex ones. Uploady comes with a few base components such as the upload button or drag and drop zone, but its power comes from the many hooks it provides. With those, it becomes extremely easy to control and customize every step of the upload flow, as well as integrating with many other UI solutions. For example, AndDesign, Material UI, React Cropper, and many, many more. Thank you for this nomination, and thank you for the community that's been supporting Uploady for the last 2 years.
Do you need something to jumpstart your React development? Try ReactUse. The ReactUse is a library with a large collection of hooks, including the ones to leverage the various hardware that browsers can access. It also comes with hooks to watch screen size, motion, scrolling, animation, and to dynamically adjust CSS, among many others. Import the library using npm and give your project a boost. Visit the ReactUse GitHub page to learn more.
Hey everyone, Tanner Lindsley here with React Virtual. It's an auto-sizing headless virtualization hook for React. And it supports vertical, horizontal, grid layouts. It even supports dynamically measured content as well. It's headless, so you get to retain 100% control over your markup and your styles. So there's no fancy components to render. You can just render your wrapper and your content however you'd like, and just use the virtualizer to compute all of the information you need to virtualize your own list. It can do lists up to, millions of items and 60 frames per second. It's really handy, really neat, gives performance back to your users, but lets you retain 100% control over your UI. So I hope you enjoy it.
Superplate is your front-end boilerplate with superpowers. By using it, you can start a rock-solid, production-ready React or Next.js project just in seconds. It ships with more than 30 plugins, including popular UI kits, testing frameworks, and many useful developer tools. To start a new project, it's enough to run the CLI tool and select features on a wizard-style interface. No additional build configurations are required. The plugin architecture of Superplate is extensible, so developers are welcome to add their favorite tools as plugins.
All right, that were the nominees for the productivity booster. And I'm going to announce the winner soon, but I wanted to remind you, they're all winners. It's really cool that the people just spend their weekends, their vacation time, their whatever time they have, maybe some company time, on these amazing projects that we all can use as a productivity booster. Can I get a drum roll for the winner of the React Open Source 2020 Productivity Booster? And the winner is React Use.
Woo! React Use is also joining us remotely, but React Use is very honored, and they never thought they would get this far. And also, they told me to fake cry. I'm so proud. Thank you.
And I wanted to remind you, it's the Open Source Awards. So anything you see here, the source is open. You can look at it, read it, learn from it, and
play with it.
Use it.
React Use it.
Yeah. Oh, deep.
All right.
Let's see the next category. Make a lame joke about an exciting category, or shall we not do it? Okay, let's just see the nominees.
Have you ever felt tired looking at the unstyled long HTML while debugging a JS stat? Just Preview got you. It previews the HTML to your browser so you can quickly see what's happening in Jest. It's extremely fast. Whenever you hit save, the preview shows almost immediately. It gives you the faster feedback loop. Just Preview makes your life easier, save your time, and improves your app quality by encouraging you to write more tests. Just Preview, debug your test effortlessly.
React Flow is a highly customizable library for building interactive flowcharts. It comes with fine-grained control of the interactivity of the graph, such as dragging, zooming, panning, selecting, or connecting elements. The nodes in React Flow are React components, which lets you display anything you like inside your nodes. Developer-friendly API design with React hooks and utils make it easy to change the behavior of the component so that you can wire all of your ideas with React Flow.
I'm Dick Verlans from the Netherlands, and first of all, thank you so much for the nomination. I'm the creator of React Unity WebGL. When bringing your Unity application to the web, you might need to communicate with components on a web page, build interactive interfaces, or might want to implement functionality using web APIs which Unity does not expose. Combining Unity with React is a great way to achieve these goals. React Unity WebGL provides a modern solution for embedding Unity WebGL builds in your React application while providing advanced APIs for two-way communication and interaction between Unity and React.
Whoa. Yeesh. Woo. Blip. Blip.
Hey everyone, thanks a lot for the nomination. Remotion is a framework for creating videos and animations in React. We want to allow creative programmers to use the web platform for motion graphics, as well as enable businesses to introduce programmatic video generation into their products. And we make it very easy to get started. Simply type in npm init video and then run npm run build to make your first video in React. I hope you're having fun with Remotion.
Are you looking for a tool to build a decentralized app with your favorite library? Web3 React helps you accomplish just that. It's a simple, maximally extensible, dependency-minimized framework for building modern Ethereum dApps. To use the toolbox, run the yarn command and start exploring the API. You can learn more on the GitHub page.
All right.
Okay.
That were all the nominees. So, shall we just have a look? Can I get a drum roll, please? Ooh. I'm not surprised, are you?
No.
No. The winner is Remotion. And Johnny is here. Johnny, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Good job, good job.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I think most of the work is done in front of the computer, handling GitHub issues. So being able to come here, I really appreciate it. And yeah, really great feeling. And more is coming.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations once more.
One more category.
And that is the most impactful contribution to the community. So let's see who the nominees are.
Hey there, I'm Stephen Corwin, the Discord Community Manager for Permandres, which is an open source developer collective. We primarily maintain and support React Spring, React 3 Fiber, and their ecosystems. A little over 2 years ago, we started a community to enable our users to communicate directly with our maintainers and each other. Here you can find folks sharing projects they are working on, as well as offering real-time support. The community has thrived far beyond our expectations, and we're happy to announce that we just peaked over 5,000 members a few days ago. It's extremely exciting to hear how many folks have been connected with employers through our community and received job opportunities leveraging our libraries. I personally have found an amazing job which is centered around React 3 Fiber. Poimandres is not a walled garden, and we are open to new collaborators and maintainers. Come say hello at discord.gg/Poimandres.
Welcome back to React Native Radio Podcast. Brought to you by nobody. Who writes enough unit tests? Nobody. With your host, Jamin Holmgren. And the extraordinary Robin Hines. The wondrous Mazen Chami.
I made a mistake, Robin.
Okay, you can elaborate. What did you do?
Well, I make lots of mistakes, so I can understand why you'd want me to
believable.
elaborate.
From the creators of Bytes.dev, a special newsletter, one that covers exclusive newsletter. In these dire times, it helps you stay up to date on the latest and more. Delivered every Tuesday. Subscribe for free on React News.
Welcome to Reactiflux. We're a chat community of 170,000 plus React.js, React Native, Redux, Jest, Relay, and GraphQL developers. We hold Q&As with Facebook engineers and other developers in the community. You can join our Discord channel by visiting reactiflux.com. Come chat about tech related to React and JavaScript or ask for help.
All right, super cool category, of course. People that help people learn new things about React, meet new people in the React community, and, well, they make a big impact. And that's why we are going to honor them also with this nice award. So can I get a drum roll for the most impactful contribution to the community at React Summit 2022? Ellie, who is the winner?
The winner is React.js Girl!
Yeah! And we have one of the organizers, Sarah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Are you on? Oh, you're already mic'd.
You're already mic'd up.
How are you feeling?
Terrified because my talk's next.
Yes, it is. Spoiler alert.
So this is the stage. That's great.
I love React.js Girls. I was actually in that video and very, very tiny in the back, but my old housemate, who is a man, was in it a whole bunch. So that's fun for me. Thank you so much for organizing, for planning. We love it. I love it. The community loves it. And that, my friends, is the end of the Open Source Awards. My little Oscars Grammy moment.
And then I will leave you to it, Ellie.
Thank you. I'm going to shout out our sponsors. Do I have a clicker or can somebody do it in the back? Our gold sponsor, Decentology, makes Web3 accessible to millions of web developers by making it easy for them to discover, build, and monetize dApps. They are the innovative company behind the Hyperverse, the open and on-chain code marketplace. Thank you, Decentology, cool logo, for your support. Our other sponsor, Bitvavo, is a user-friendly trading platform if you want to make that money with low fees and more than 175 cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Cardano. Yes, in this economy. As a reminder, you can join the Slido, use code 1721 to ask questions to our lovely final speaker of the day. Remote, you are welcome to participate as well. And afterwards, we have the speaker booths in person or on spatial.chat remotely. So you can be free to participate. Also, as a reminder, stick around after the Q&A because we have some housekeeping at the end, especially about like the party and stuff, because at the end of the conference, we have a party. We are going to take a little break before the party so we can rearrange the room and make it less nerdy and more fun. So we're going to need you to like go for a walk, check out the river, hang out outside. And then you can come back at 7, I believe, for DJs, tunes, board games, networking. There's going to be different levels, different activities. And you can finally come talk to me and we can gossip, which is what I love, I think, about the end of the conference party. Now, it is my great, great, great honor to bring up our next speaker, who I, again, have had the honor of watching speak before, and it's always a laugh. Please give a final end of the conference welcome to Sara Vieira.
I forgot my phone that had my cheats. Thank you. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Are you still up for one more talk? We do this? Okay. I'm incredibly terrified because there's so many of you and the lights are not blinding me yet, so I can see every single one of you. So that's terrifying. Okay, so I don't even have 20 minutes. I have 16. Okay. So today we will be talking about Blender and 3D in the web. Is everyone excited about that? You're nerds, just saying. Okay, cool. So that's about it. This little cupcake, I made it in Blender, and we're going to put it on the web. Okay, so who is this person telling you about all these things? Again, my name is Sarah. I'm originally from Portugal. I live in Berlin because I like complaining and bad airports. I work as a front-end developer at Remote. Yes, the company's called Remote, and yes, the company is Remote. I love to do stuff in 3D. I picked it up during the pandemic, like all of us picked up something random. I picked up 3D. If you want to chat with me, anything about 3D, football, or horrible, horrible movies, I'm in. Cool. So I also did this in Blender, so yeah, that's about it. I don't have anything. Okay, so this talk's going to be divided into 2 parts. First of all, we're going to go into Blender, and then we're going to pick up that and go into the web. Like, I will not be teaching you how to use Blender because it's very painful, but you will get a visual idea of the UI. Okay, so who in here knows what Blender is? I mean, before I put the slide on, let me go back. Who in here knows what Blender is? Okay, cool. So Blender is a 3D software. It's free and open source. I don't think it's on GitHub. They have their own Git thing. But they also do other things. That's why there's an asterisk. Like, it also does 2D, video editing, and stuff like that. It's mostly known for 3D. Some 2D, I would not use it for video editing. So yeah, let's do it. Who has here used Blender before? Wow, okay. So you'll actually know if I'm saying something wrong. let's do it, why not? Okay, so here is my scene, and before I start, let me start here. This is the cupcake that I made in Blender. It's very cute, all my talents are there. That's it, that's my talk, goodbye. So this is Blender, right? And if you've used it before 2.8, it looked way worse. But like so much worse, like Photoshop CS1 worse. It looks better now, and if you think that's not better, just please Google Blender 2.79, because this is so much better. Okay, so one thing that I want to say about Blender really fast is that it has two different rendering engines. One of them is called Eevee. Who here has heard or used Unity or Unreal Engine, sorry, or Godot, whatever. So those are real-time rendering engines, so which means that they don't actually calculate every light. They just pretend to know what the hell they're talking about. And so the Eevee engine is the one that Blender has that also does that. It was introduced, I think, in 2.8, and it's good for low-end computers and MacBooks, because MacBooks don't have real graphics cards. I don't know if you know that, but they're just like embedded into the thing. They're not real, they're fake. Yeah, so this is Eevee. If I click the thing, takes a bit. So this is Eevee, and if I move around, not like that, but like that, you can see that it's like, it looks real, but not really. So yeah, so these are things that are checked during, like, as soon as it makes it, it tries to figure out what the hell is happening. So there's also one called Cycles, and this is where my computer does weird sounds. So Cycles is completely different. So the way Cycles works is that it's a ray tracing engine. You don't need to remember any of these words. But the way that it works is that like every beam of light is calculated, and where it hits and where it goes, and it hits the other thing and does the thing. And that's very time consuming on a Mac, and the Mac cries, and it does sounds that you didn't know existed, even though you have NPM installed things before. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that my computer has crashed during Blender. So, and before I go on, I wanna say that I do have a Linux computer at home. I do not use this computer for Blender. You can, but it's very painful. Like, I don't know why. Okay, yeah, cool. So, final thing that I want to show you here in Blender is like, so for example, let's say you want to change a material. Material is a color. And let's come here, and you have a base color here, and you can just choose it. Let's make it purple or something. Beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? And I want to show you two other things that are kind of important if you download something from the internet, or you decide to do it yourself if you want to cry. Sure. So roughness is how rough a material is. I know, fucking mind-blowing. I know. It's incredible stuff right there. So you can think of a mirror. A mirror is not rough at all, right? But this floor here on the speakers, on like the, I don't know what to call this, is very rough because you almost can't see any reflections. Like the light can shine on it and you can't really see a lot of reflections. So if I come here and I slide this down, you can see that it's basically a mirror. I mean, a really weird pink mirror, but a mirror. Metallic, I'm pretty sure you know what metallic does, so if I go all the way up, it's now a metallic pink mirror. Blender, art, y'all, art. Okay, cool. So last thing I want to show you before we go into the codes is how to export something. So you can think of, like, I have a cupcake group up here, and then I have a couple of stuff inside. Great. So you come here and you do like select hierarchy, and what this does is basically select, just think of it as divs, and it selects all the divs that are inside of it. Everything is a div. Cool. So now you come here, file, export, file. There you go. Export, there you go. And for the web, I would use GLTF, GLB. Cool, cool, cool. Then you click that, and then 10 minutes. Okay, cool, and we're here. And I wanna do a couple of things. So there's a couple of formats. I would always just go with GLTF embed. I think it's like very slightly bigger, but it's JSON, and we love JSON, and I'm gonna go with JSON. Always click on include selected objects, otherwise it's gonna like put everything, and that's not what we want. It's also important to click on apply modifiers, and it's also important to click on compression, because otherwise you're gonna get a huge thing. And we don't want that, that's slow, we don't like that. Okay, so now you export it, and I don't know if you saw that little white thing, but Blender doesn't actually have a loading state. The loading state is that little white thing, like there's no loading. So it's like when the white thing is gone, it's fake, it's done. Okay, cool. So that's cool, what do we do now? Like we have a model. So if I come here on Visual Studio Code, I don't usually use white themes, by the way, I just wanna make that very clear. It's a JSON, it's a very terrifying JSON, but it's a JSON. Great, so how do we turn this into React components? Okay, let's do that. So I can go on GLTF, I don't know how to say their name. Just that, we can go there. And so I'm going to open this, reveal in Finder, and you can drag it, and this will give you a React component version of it. There you go. Thank you, thank you. I made this website, thank you. I think it says on the bottom, yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's it, we're done. No, just kidding. I'm just very nervous, and I handle nervousness with humor. Okay, so let's copy this, right? If I can, and let's come over here. Come here to the pie cakes, and create a model. So I can just put this in here, and this is exporting default. That's not what we want, so let's just remove this, and absolutely nothing happens. Beautiful, beautiful. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so let's close this, and let's try to just mount this, right? Okay, so I was gonna type mount, because I'm an idiot. Okay, so model. And you get absolutely nothing. Okay, so this is because React 3.5, this was supposed to happen, by the way. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that. And I'll just cry and lie on the floor. So the thing is, React 3.5 doesn't actually render divs. It renders meshes and materials and stuff like that, which React is like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So it just gives you the black screen of death. And it's like, I don't know. Like, if I open the console, there's going to be an error, like, basically saying, I have no idea what you're talking about. So everything that's in a React 3.5 thing, I just said thing a lot. So every component you mount that's in React 3.5 has to be inside a canvas. Okay, I think I still said thing, which I find quite incredible. So let's import a canvas, which comes from React 3.5. And let's close this canvas. And now, with a bit of luck, I think, oh, I have to make it smaller. It's like super huge. And then, words. Beautiful. Can you see it? I can zoom in. It's beautiful. Wait. How do you zoom in on a Mac? There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Is everyone proud of me? My mom's proud of me. You don't have to be proud of me. It's fine. My wife's proud of me. Okay, cool. So we're done, right? No. Okay. So how 3D works is that it's completely different from 2D. I know. Again, mind-blowing. But the way 3D works is that if you have no lights, you basically have nothing. So like if I turn off all the lights here, it's like in the real world, I would have no idea where I am, right? And this works the exact same way. So let's put on some lights. Let's put on a show. Why did I make that weird accent? That was weird. So let me just put an ambient light. That's it. And now we have something really sad, right? So there are a couple of different types of light. Let me open my cheats here. Talk. Where's that? There we go. Beautiful. So this is an ambient light and a spotlight. So to explain the difference, oh my, there we go. Okay, cool. That doesn't, just imagine it looks good now. To explain the difference, an ambient light does not exist in the real world. The idea of an ambient light is that it's like literally a ball of light that just spreads light evenly without casting shadow. So it's not something that can exist. But a spotlight is literally the thing that's blinding me right now. So we know what a spotlight is. Cool. So as you can see, we now have like some shadows. Like it's not in the correct position, which I can fix. So if you want to change the position, you can come here and do X, Y, Z. So, wait, X, no, yes. So it's, 1 second. X, Y, and Z is the one that hits you in the face. Okay, so X0, Y0, no, Y -1, and the other one 0. And it goes slightly down. That makes sense, right? I figured this thing out. Cool, 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 cool. But we want to make it actually look nice and have some animations and have some cool stuff. And like I can hear myself like 3 different times, and it's terrifying. But we can do this, right? We can use something from React 3.5 that's actually called a stage. So a stage, it's basically it's a stage. And you put a little model there, and the model's all happy, and it has lighting and all that stuff. Okay, so let's come here, and let's import stage. And let's do this, and do this. I didn't do it. Did I do something? I did something. So yes, there we go. I can delete this because the stage will automatically put everything in the center. Or maybe not. Will it? Let's reload the page and find out. It does, see? I was not wrong. Okay, so that's cool, but it looks kind of sad, right? It's cool and sad at the same time. I don't have an example of something that's cool and sad at the same time, but you get my drift. Okay, cool. So next step that I want to do is to show some contact shadows. And for that, I can do contact shadow. And I can pass a position to it. Position, and whoa, how the hell did that happen? So many things that were not supposed to be there. So 0 minus 1, and then let's do 0 again. And now there's a little, can you see that? Thank you. There was literally one person that said yeah. It was Ellie. Thank you, Ellie. She said yeah. Can you see that? Thank you, Jesus Christ. I know it's late, but I need you to wake me up as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, weird man. I appreciate you. But that doesn't look very realistic, right? So let's also add an opacity of, I don't know, random number 0.6. That was not 0.6. Well, I had literally one job, and it was to write the same thing I said, and I still did not. 0.5. There we go. So now we have a little shadow there. It's cute. You can also pass blur. You can pass a bunch of stuff. But I need to get going, and we need to animate stuff, so let's do it. OK, so we have this model, and we want to make it wobble. We wanted it to do like a little... That didn't make any goddamn sense, but you know what I mean. And one thing that we can use for that is something called used frame. Who in here is good at math? Seriously, no one? I genuinely feel less alone right now. So I failed math in high school because I'm not the brightest tool in the shed. I think that's the sentence. But if I can explain this is like when I got my driver's license. I was like, if I can get my driver's license and I can't tell right from left, you got this. I still have a driver's license, by the way. Just don't go to Berlin. Just safer to not go to Berlin in general. Okay, so we can use something called used frame. And what used frame is something that runs every frame. Incredible. And thank you. There are about 60 frames per second, depending on your computer. So I would say like 40 or something in here. So let me import used frame. That comes from React 3 Fiber. And then this gets a state in lowercase. This gets the state yelling at it. OK, there we go. And I could console log this, but I would probably ruin my computer, and that would be very depressing. That would be an example of cool and sad, right? If I really screwed up this talk. OK, cool. No one found that funny. That's cool. It's like everyone is very focused on what I'm saying right now. They're like, I want to learn this. That's not true. Clock. So there's something in the state called the clock, and the clock takes, it doesn't take anything. It sees how much time has passed. So you can use clock.elapsed time to be like, OK, this much time has passed since this person has reloaded this page. OK, so, and we need a function that does this. And that is math.sin, sine, the one that's not a Catholic thing. Sinus, the sinus, what's it called when you have like earrings? The sin of JavaScript. So math.sin, or sin, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. Someone actually came one time after my talk and was like, that was a really fun joke about math.sin. And I was like, that's not how you say it? Oh, the more you know. English, great language. Math.sin, it literally does this, right? And that's what we want. We want it to... Was that like a sermon or something? No? Okay, cool. We wanted to like do this and wobble a little bit. So let's do that. Let's get the position and the rotation of this element that we can get by the group here that is attached to the group over there. And you can think of a group like a div. Everything is a div. That's about it. That's my talk. Everything's a div. So I can get position and rotation is equal to group.current. There you go. Very, very, very standard React-y. There we go. Nothing broke. I'm a genius. Let's continue. OK. And now let's make it wobble. So position there. Remember what I told you. Y is up. So what I want to do is say position.y equals math. That's sin. And I need to pass it something, a number that will keep incrementing until the end of time, which in this case, it's state.clock.elapsed time. So it's just easier to write it. And now, if I reload this page, you can see that it does that, right? It does a little bit of, Thank you. Nothing has failed so far, so let's keep going, right? Let's ride this wave of accomplishment. Okay, cool. So let's do the same thing for the rotation. I think that would be cool. I'm also going to multiply this by like 1.5 so that it like does it. Oh, there we go. Look at that big boy. It's a boy now. So things in Portuguese all have a gender because apparently that's very important. And a cupcake is a man. So little frosty boy is now a man. That explains why. Gotta love Latin languages. Okay, let's do rotation. Rotation that, let's do X. And let's do the exact same thing. So Matt, that's in, and stay. You need to correct me, y'all. That elapsed time, and that doesn't look very good. I mean, no, don't clap for that. It's like punching you in the face. And let's divide it by 4, right? Or something like that. And I need to reload the page because state.elapsed time basically like resets, right? You need to reset it to see like that's still way too much, right? So let's just divide it by 10 and keep going, otherwise I'm gonna stay here all time, and then we're gonna end with like 7.87 is the perfect number that we're gonna divide this cupcake. There we go, and let's do the same thing for Z. Just for the fun of it, right? So this is why I want Z. And there we go. So now it like moves a little bit, so you can kind of see that it's an actual 3D element and not just a picture. Which I get so sad when I see something in 3D, and I'm like, yeah, fine. Okay, cool. So that's done, but you know what else would be cool? If we could change this, right? If I could click vanilla and the frosting of it would change. You know what else would be cool? If you could see all of them. There we go. So let's do that, right? So I have some state management here, which is, you're gonna think that it's very overcomplicated, and it is, but the fact is, if I pass it as props, the whole component will re-render and all the animations will restart. So we don't want that. So we want to do state like outside of it. So I have this thing called use frosting. So let's do const. I don't remember. I'm just gonna call it lol and call use frosting. I'm an adult. Console.log. Lolly. Okay, cool. So now let's inspect that. And if I come here to the console, someone's phone thinks I'm talking to them. Wait. Okay, Google, shut up. You got an object, and this is the selected frosting that you have. So if I pull this down, my phone now thinks that I was talking to him. And I click here, and you can see that now we have a different number of frosting. Oh my God, the hardest part of my talk, is goddamn console. Okay, so now you have this, you have frosting, and you have set frosting. Cool, so that's about it, right? So we want frosting from here. I can open this, and this is a small little stand thing, and we have the color of the frosting, and we have the ID 4, which is none. So let's first of all do ID 4. So from here, I want to get frosting. Thank you, sir. And in here, we have this thing, which is the frosting and the sprinkles. So we only want to show this if the ID of frosting is different than 4, right? Because 4 is none. Are you still following me? I need to ask more Angina-style questions. Is everyone still here? Still following this? Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless Angina. Okay, so let's do frosting. Oh my God, frosting. That ID is different than 4, and we show these two things. So which means that if you click on none, it will disappear. Yay! Okay, last thing, last but not least, let's change the color of the thing. So we can do this using the color attributes that we have inside of the frosting for each of them. And we can also do that using a mesh standard material. Okay. We can also do that using mesh standard material that comes from 3J. Oh my God. That comes from 3JS. So thank you, sweet, sweet man. Okay, so let's do const frosting real fast equals new mesh standard material, which is something that comes from 3JS again, and I never know how to type standard, so we got that. And we can see that in the frosting right here, we have this material. So this, we can just come here, right, and spread it. So we can do this. And this frosting, okay, frosting mat. You have frosting mat, there we go. And then I can come here and literally paste it in here, and everything should work exactly the same. So if I come to chocolate, it still works exactly the same. I didn't do anything. Please don't clap. That's going to be weird. So, but what we can do now is actually toggle the color. So I can, if I say color and I say red, it is now red. So which means that I can use the selected frosting, that color, to actually change the color. So now if I reload this page and I change the color here, it is now vanilla. Final thing I want to show you is how to add orbit controls. Okay, I don't have time, so I'm just gonna do it without saying anything. Is this awkward enough? And now you can move it. That's cool. Yeah, I'm done. Don't yell at me.
One or two questions.
Thank you.
One or two questions were allowed.
Okay.
Please step into my office
Oh my
by
God.
the atom. Right here, my darling.
Oh my God.
Here.
Okay,
here.
sorry. Oh my God, yeah, there's a thing on the floor.
Yeah, it
Okay.
says coolest person.
It
but
says
sad.
speaker.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
And now I want a cupcake, so thank you for that.
You're very welcome. There are some Vodafone cupcakes if you want to.
Ooh, maybe I will.
Yeah.
Can I change the color?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
Not
it's
as
red.
cool. When you said you couldn't think of anything that was cool and sad, I was like, me.
I mean, that was my thing, but I didn't want to go all mental health in this talk.
I know. Well, I've gone there, so we're here now. All right. One or two questions. What do you suggest to someone that wants to learn Blender? I feel like driving an airplane when I open it with all those buttons.
There's a lot of buttons, and there's also a lot of buttons. So there is a course on the internet. There are two free ones. One is about making a donut, and it's goes really into detail. Just type Blender donut, and it teaches you all the latest stuff, and it's
Not
free.
donut in Blender. That's different.
That's different. Yeah, but yeah, I would suggest that one.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
All right, I'm going to get some of my MC pals back up here so we can wrap this thing up, but we have a bunch of news and stuff. Remember to join Sarah's Q&A online if you're remote. If you are on the live stream, do not go away because you get the second half, which we saw in the morning, so stick around. For those of you who are here, thank you for coming to React Summit. You had some words, I believe.
I have some presents to give away.
Presents!
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentico.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Okay, I guess I don't get the monitor. Hey everyone, I'm Swizz. I'm a software engineer, author, and you can tell I'm legit because there's a big screen behind me. So today I want to talk to you about software rewrites. Who has seen this quote before? If you don't have time to build it right, when will you ever have time to build it twice? And I couldn't find an attribution for this quote because so many people have said it. And what I want to tell you today is that you will have time to build it twice later. Because later is the magical time when everything can happen. Because, at least in a growing company that's doing really well, later also comes with more money, bigger team, more experience, better understanding of your problem, and just later is this magical, magical time. So the story I want to tell you about is how we rewrote a jQuery app, yes, a jQuery app in like 2020, from jQuery to React, full rewrite, we went from scratch, and while we were doing that, we not only didn't slow down team velocity, we actually grew the company like 4 or 5x and got a $100 million Series B round that was announced on the famous NASDAQ screen, which, by the way, doesn't happen just for IPOs. If you know the right people, you can just pay them $100 and you're on there. So I know. I said jQuery, and who here has used jQuery in the last, who remembers using jQuery? Okay. Who has used jQuery in 2020, right before the pandemic? Okay, we have 3 hands, nice. So I know jQuery is bad, but it's actually still super popular. This is what I tweeted right after Swix, Sean Wang, gave a talk at Reactathon in San Francisco a couple months ago. It turns out that 84% of production jQuery of production JavaScript is still jQuery. And he has this nice graph, which, OK, cool, you can see it. If you look at the graph, there's like jQuery, 84%, then you have jQuery migrating, I don't know what even that is, and then React is at like 8% of production JavaScript. However, that still means you're at the right conference because React won, because none of the other frameworks are on the graph. So at owning 8% of the web, React has won the framework wars, yes, amazing. The other objection you might have to rewrites and starting from scratch is if you've ever read this blog post that came out in 2020, no, sorry, not in 2020, in the year 2000, back when blogs were still popular, this Joel software guy, who later went on to make Stack Overflow and a bunch of other things, wrote a really cool article called Things You Should Never Do, and he essentially explains why we're not all using Netscape right now. Who remembers Netscape? OK. Who has actually used Netscape? Nice. OK, so there's a couple of you. So he makes the argument that Netscape was winning the browser wars until they decided, you know what, Netscape 4 kind of sucks. We're going to write Netscape 5 from scratch. And then IE came in and ate their lunch. So the story about the jQuery to React rewrite. When I joined the company was like June 2020, and they had this little app. Will it play? It's playing. OK. So this is a jQuery app. It's recorded in mobile mode because that was all that there was. If you open this on a full screen, it would still look just as wide as it looks right now. And this was about maybe 100,000, 200,000 lines of jQuery code. Nobody exactly knew where any of the functions were. If you tried to move anything, it would basically blow up in your face. It was doing all of the best jQuery stuff. Global variables, magic mix-ins that just create new code. And a lot of it was working on the front end. And actually, here's the super funny part. When I came into the company, I was like, OK, we got to rewrite. We're going to make a React-based SPA, no server-side rendering, et cetera. Now server-side rendering is popular, and all of this was actually rendered on the server, because that's how you use jQuery. You take Express, you spit out a bunch of HTML, then you add global jQuery variables and functions, and it works, kind of. This is what we have now. It's a little better designed. I think it looks better. There's some loading spinners. We're actually using React Query, which solved a lot of our problems. That was one of the nice parts. And other than looking better, it also has more conversions. Users are happier. Our NPS scores, that's the Net Promoter Score about how much users enjoy your product, actually went up. And the point I'm trying to make here is that we didn't just rewrite the app from scratch. We also used everything that we learned to improve the product itself. And the rewrite was what gave us the ability to rewrite. So, and that's because writing software is kind of like kicking a can. You know, when you're walking, it's a nice Sunday, the sun is shining, and you're walking down the street, and there's a can. And obviously, you walk over, and you kick the can. And then you keep walking, and the can bounces around and goes to the other side, and you kick it from this side, and you're kind of like going where the can is going, right? And that's kind of how software works as well. Software is all about playful exploration and discovery of your problem space, kind of like kicking a can. You know, OK, I have this little problem, and I'm going to solve it. You kick the can a little further down the road. Then you go where the software takes you, and you're like, OK, I now know better. I have to try to kick it more into that direction. So that's kind of what our rewrite was all about. We were changing things. We were updating, getting feedback from users. And that's the important part, because when you have bad code, the level of effort it takes to make a change goes up exponentially, right? You're usually building the first version of a crappy app is super easy. You can do it overnight. You can do it, like a very first prototype, you can do overnight if you're like all of you amazing people. I can't, I'm old. So you make the first version and it's super fast and you get it onto the market. But if you took the time to build a good version and you tried to follow all the best practices, all of the textbook advice, it would take you a really long time to build. It would be harder to get started. So that's the good code curve is way hard to get started, but then once you have it, it's easier to keep going and to make improvements because like, especially with React, like one of my favorite things about the React, comparing the jQuery code to the React code was that with jQuery, I don't want to touch anything. If you move a function to a different file, you have no idea what's going to break. With React, it's like you can just jump in, grab a function, and grab a component, and because it's all self-contained and just relying on props and all of that, you can just move it somewhere else, and VS Code fixes your imports, and everything works great. So you get a lot of that flexibility, which then, once you have a lot of code and more engineers, it makes it easier to work together. But that space in the graphs where the bad code is fast to get started and then gets really hard, and the good code is slow to get started and then gets really easy, that is what I would call your opportunity space. Crap, how was I going to explain this? So that is your opportunity space is there. That's where you can get a lot of feedback very quickly and start using it in a rewrite that lets you improve and get better code. And what you're hoping to achieve is that before the two lines intersect, if your rewrite or if your refactor or improvements aren't ready, you die. And that's the fun part of working at startups. It's like either we get it done or it doesn't actually matter because nobody cares about a startup whose code isn't used anymore. I could use a really punchy example there. But anyway, how do you approach a rewrite, right? I'm sure, okay, actually, who here has advocated to stop working on features and go rewrite the code? Yes. Who has an engineering backlog that you never get to? Exactly, right. And the reason that happens is because the business people aren't as stupid as you might think. You don't have time to stop the company and just go work on tech debt, because that is how Netscape died. It wasn't because they were rewriting. It's because they said, we're just not going to have a new version of the software for 3 years while we do this. And that doesn't work. What does work is something called the strangler pattern, or I've also heard it called the ship of Theseus rewrite, where you slowly replace your code piece by piece until there's nothing of your old code left. I don't actually remember why it's called the strangler pattern. It's not like about grabbing the old code and choking it until it goes away. It has a nicer origin story. I think it's something about vines in the jungle. So there's kind of two ways that you can approach this. Whenever you're building a new feature or adding functionality to your app, you can either decide you're going to go top-down, where you replace entire pages with new functionality, or you can go bottom-up, where you create something like, in my company, we call it a React island, where you essentially build a jQuery-like plugin that renders React in a div. That actually works really well. But if you're rewriting a whole app, if you have time to rewrite the whole app, the page-by-page approach is, I think, a lot easier. So what we did was that for about maybe a year or 6 months, something like that, we had a kind of janky experience. Users would use the jQuery app, click a random button, and end up in the beautiful redesigned React app. And then they would click another button and be back in jQuery land, which kind of looks as a user, it's like, what the hell is going on here? I think the biggest example of this in practice that I've seen was my bank, where the login page was amazing and beautiful. And then you click login, and you're in this janky old app that looks like it was designed 10 years ago. But I feel like as people, as users, we're kind of used to these redesigns. So as long as the designers do a really good job and they keep that continuity of design, or whatever you want to call it, the users don't actually care. They understand, yes, a new BMW comes out every year and has bigger and bigger and bigger grills, but it's still a BMW. You recognize that it's a BMW. You know it's a car, you know how to drive it, and the main things are the same, but the small things keep changing. And the page-by-page approach also gives you an excuse or an opportunity to do product innovation. You're not just fixing the code, you're also fixing how the product works. You're starting with a skateboard, then you build a scooter, you turn it into a bike, then you have a motorcycle, and in the end you have an amazing BMW or Porsche or just this cool car that everyone is going to love. And the rewrite actually, in my experience, product managers love it if you do it this way, because they also hate dealing with legacy stuff. They would love to just have new features, and they come to you with this great idea, and you say, yeah, you know what, that's going to be really easy. We can just build it because we're throwing away all the old code, and we're doing it in the new style that's faster to work with, so we don't have to deal with everything else. Because let me tell you, at an older company, we once had, we were dragging along about 5 years of pricing model iteration. And the PM came to me and was like, hey, can we add this new type of charging users? And I was like, yes, we can charge them a different way. It's going to take 3 months to add that. And we did, unfortunately, decide to add that. And one lesson I learned is don't ever innovate on your pricing scheme. People just want to pay by month, and they don't care about anything else. It's not worth it. But do innovate on the product, do innovate on what the users are actually using. Now, at the end of the day, we spent an entire year rewriting the app from scratch. Right now, if you go to our thing, if you click certain buttons, you still go back to the old jQuery world because we couldn't update the backend. And the question might be, was it worth was all of this effort worth it? Was it worth putting in the effort to rewrite the jQuery app into React? And honestly, it kind of was. When we raised the round, the $100 million round, our effort was essentially worth $500,000 per employee, but the valuation went up to about $3 million. So, it can be worth it if your company is on the right trajectory. And please listen to the last line of my tweet over there. Like, you're worth a lot of money to your employers. Go negotiate that shit and get paid. And actually, I'm right now writing a book based on this experience. It's going to go into a lot more depth on how refactors and rewrites work. And if you want to get notified when it's ready, that's the QR code for you. And that's actually all I had to say.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
So those of you that want to continue the conversation about rewriting your app, Swistek is now going to go to the speaker's booth, right over there, where you can find him. We are also going to be opening the second track right now. So if you want to talk about React Native, there's some React Native talks starting in the other hall any minute now. So be sure, well, no one? No one is a React Native developer here? Or the people are already there, let's hope so. And now we're going to go to our next speaker. And our next speaker, I have to click, oh, no, sorry. I want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Vodafone. Well, Vodafone is a global technology company that's transforming fast. They are significantly expanding their software capabilities and hiring 7,000 more software engineers by 2025. Will you be one of them? You can find their booth. I also want to thank TopTel, another platinum sponsor. You can work wherever you want for the world's top companies. Structure your day however you like, and always get paid on time. You can join TopTel today. And don't forget, if you have any questions for our speakers, you can do so on sly.do using the code 1721. Now, our next speaker, Delba de Oliveira, is coming to us from Vercel in the UK, and she's going to be talking about the new stuff that they have built for routing in React 18. Which is going to be some exciting stuff. So, do you remember the CSS clapping system? Should we go right into a 10 for Delba? Let's go, Delba!
Hey everyone, I'm Delba and I work for Vercel. As some of you may know, we're the creators of Next.js, and I'm curious to know how many of you here use or have used Next.js? Wow, so that's a lot of you, that's amazing. So although we create Next.js, we also have a platform, Vercel, and funnily enough, Vercel supports over, I think it's something like 35 plus front-end frameworks. So even if you don't use Next.js, you could still use Vercel. And today, I want to talk to you about some exciting stuff we have been working on, which is routing. And routing in React 18. Now, as you may know, a few months ago, React 18 was released with new concurrent features. And on the React blog, the team mentions that they expect concurrent features to have a big impact on the way that developers build applications. So today, I want to discuss with you what this impact could mean and how we will change how developers build applications, especially with React Server components as well. And this may not also change things for Next.js, but also for other frameworks and library maintainers. And I'm going to specifically look at routing, but I will also mention data fetching and rendering, or as I like to call them, the 3 pillars of the web, because those terms are very much interconnected. Now, to give everyone here some context, and also the people who might be watching online, I think it's important to just take a step back and look how routing has evolved in front-end applications. Now, please note, I'm going to be condensing years of routing history in like 5 minutes, so there's a lot more nuance. And one way we can look at routing is through the type of applications we can build, multi-page applications, single-page applications, and more recently, hybrid apps. So in the very early web, routing was very straightforward, because if you think about it, each URL mapped to a specific file on a server. And then later on, using dynamic server-side languages, we were able to generate a response from the server for a specific route. In a traditional multi-page application, routing is done on the server, and navigating between pages causes the full page reload that we're all very used to. Now, when native mobile apps came along, they brought smoother transitions and new UI patterns. And single-page applications, you could say, were the web's response to native apps, We wanted our websites to feel like native apps. That is to say, we wanted them to have the same user experience as native apps. And in a traditional single-page application, routing is done on the client side. So on initial load, you may see a white blank screen while the client side fetches and renders the content. Now, when you navigate on a single-page application, the client will dynamically rewrite new content. And for a given route, the client is deciding what content to fetch and render. And last year, Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte, gave an amazing talk on the whole MPA versus SPA debate, where he discussed some of the pros and cons of each. It's a really great talk, and I recommend watching it if you haven't had a chance to do already. But one takeaway from that talk that I want you to remember is that he recognized that there's an emerging pattern in our industry where applications are transitioning between different environments, client or server, and he called those type of applications transitional apps. And transitional apps, they try to combine the benefits of both the client and the server, because if you think about it, why not both? So that's kind of like a broad overview of routing on the web. Now let's zoom in into React. While React didn't invent single-page applications, you could argue that it contributed to their popularity. The fact that React was, and still is, mainly concerned with UI and rendering means that the community has come up with a few different solutions for routing. And one client-side solution that quickly rose to popularity was React Router. Now, how many of you have used React Router before? Yes. So React Router's approach to routing is what I like to call component-based routing, where you use code to map specific components in your application to your URL path. And if you combine it with a toolchain like Create React App, then you can easily create single-page applications. And this led to, I think, not just the adoption of React itself, but also applications that were fully client-side rendered. Now, in 2016, a few years later, Vercel introduced Next.js. And Next.js was created as a framework to help developers build server-side rendered applications. And Next.js took a different approach to routing. It used what I like to call file system-based routing, where files in your application map to your URL. And although Next.js felt very similar to a multi-page application, it actually used prefetching and client-side navigation to give applications a spa-like feel, if you could say. Now, another incremental step towards hybrid apps was the Next.js data fetching methods, like get initial props. And what these data fetching methods did was move the fetching outside of your rendering code or outside of your component so that you could fetch data both from the client and the server. Now, I'm focusing on Next.js today, but it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge some projects that are also working on routing solutions for React, including Shopify's Hydrogen, Remix, and also Redwood. So fast forward a few years in early 2020, and the members of the React team were publicly discussing moving more rendering work to the server. The idea was that if we are doing data fetching on the server anyway, could we move some rendering work to the server? And therefore, reduce the amount of code that gets sent to the client? Now, you could probably imagine the hot takes that followed that tweet. I think it can be best summarized as, this looks a lot like server-side routing. Are we going back to MPAs? But to quote a not-so-serious meme from one of my favorite people on Twitter, this is less of a pendulum swing and more a spiral of incremental improvements, or switchbacks. Not purely SPA, not purely MPA, but a convergence towards hybrid that benefit from both the server and the client. And each time this conversation was brought up, the React team was careful to emphasize that they were looking for a hybrid solution. And one important thing to note here is that this hybrid solution wouldn't be creating additional requests to the server. It would take advantage of a request that has to exist anyways. So in December 2020, the React team gave us an early Christmas present that will allow us to move towards more hybrid solutions. That was React Server Components. When you combine React Server Components with Suspense and the streaming, we now have the primitives, or the building blocks, to address some disadvantages of multi-page applications or server-side rendered applications, while maintaining the same user experience we love about single-page applications or client-side applications. But there is one last piece to the puzzle. And in the last few months, the Next.js team has been considering this. If we need to go to the server to do a trip for data fetching, and now we're going to the server to do rendering with React Server Components, could we possibly also do routing on the server? Could we enable developers to build applications where routing, rendering, and data fetching happens where it makes more sense? And could we give them conventions that are easy to understand, but also allows them to move parts of their application either to the client or to the server? So a few weeks ago, we shared an RFC. And in this RFC, we proposed a new router for Next.js. And this new router builds on top of React Server Components and React 18 features. There's a lot more detail in the RFC, and I won't go too much into the implementation details. If you're curious to know about more about it, I do recommend reading it. But for now, let me just share with you some things that I'm most excited about and that we've been working on. So, if you think about it, with React Server Components, we can interweave client components and server components in a tree. This means that in a page or a route, you could potentially have both client and server components. So with this new model, it becomes increasingly important to break up our routes into independent fragments, which we call route segments. And these route segments, they map to an already existing term, URL segments. And although we are breaking up the routes, we want to maintain file system routing because generally it tends to be a more intuitive way for developers to define their routes. And breaking up the routes like this, or as we call it, doing nested routing, has three main benefits. The first one is that we are able to create layouts. And layouts have been a very long, going back, community ask. And the way that we want to define layouts is that a layout is UI that is shared across routes. And these layouts, they shouldn't re-render or lose state on navigation. It also means that for components that don't change within a route, so a layout, we also want to make sure that they're still interactive as the user navigates between routes. Secondly, if we combine it with server components, that means that on navigation, the server only has to fetch and render the segments that have changed. And we don't have to re-render the whole subtree for that route. And thirdly, we can have more granular control over data fetching. So in Next.js, as you may know, currently we fetch data on the page level. And with this new model, we can fetch data in the segment level. And since we already moved data fetching outside of the rendering code or outside of the components, what we can do now is we can eagerly initiate those requests in parallel. And this reduces what some of you may be familiar with, which is waterfalls. And overall, the amount of time that it takes to load the content of a route is also reduced. So by building a new router with React Server Components, we're able to achieve three things: reduce the amount of code that we send to the client, reduce the amount of work the server has to do, and also reduce the amount of time that it takes to do that work. Now, if we were to combine it with concurrent features, such as transitions, suspense, and the future off-screen component, we can simplify the creation of loading states and improve the navigation experience. For example, if you want to use client-side routing and you are fetching as you render, you may have too many staggered loading states or spinners. So really what you want to do as a developer is consolidate them into fewer, more meaningful loading indicators. On the other hand, if you are using server-side rendering, you have to fetch and render the content before navigation starts. So your application will appear unresponsive as the work is being done on the server. So in that case, you do want to include loading UI to indicate that work is being done in the background. In either case, we believe the framework should provide an easy convention that will allow developers to create loading states. Now, we can also improve the navigation experience further by pre-rendering a very small but meaningful part of your screen. So this means that when you navigate between screens, the navigation will be immediate, and the user might see something like a cover photo or a title before or the rest of the content loads. And in a similar fashion, and this one is one of my favorites, is that we will be able to stash routes. And what that means is that we can stop the previous routes and then pre-render future routes so that when the user navigates between the routes, we restore the state. Now, I'm running a little bit out of time, so I'm just going to skip these 2 slides. But if you do want to find out more, we do have more information in the RFC. What I wanted to highlight here today is that there are many ways you can think about routing in React. And we have been thinking a lot about how we do routing in Next.js. It's not about routing itself, but it's what routing will enable us to do. So we'll be able to create more performant experiences with React server components, and also smoother experiences by improving navigation. We also want to make sure that we create experiences that are shareable, that don't break the URL. And to do that, we need to create simple conventions that will allow developers to implement more complex routing patterns. So last but not least, before my time is up, I want to take a moment to give a shout out to the React team, because they're the ones giving us the primitives and the building blocks for us to be able to build the next generation of hybrid applications. Thank you so much.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
It's time for a big round of applause for Delba.
Thank you.
Okay, so don't forget, we have the speaker rooms for if you want to continue this Q&A sessions. And of course, there's the hallway track, which just means in the hallway you can talk to the people walking around, the speakers, the MCs, we also walk around. And don't forget, there's also the booths from the speakers that you can check out in the lunch breaks. I want to take a moment to thank our platinum sponsor, Wrangle.io. Wrangle partners with organizations to solve their most complex problems. We can guide any organization to launch a design system within 3 to 6 months using Radius, their open source accelerator for design systems. So thanks a lot, Wrangle.io, for helping us out. I also want to thank our sponsor, AG Grid. AG Grid is a customizable data grid that works with React or Angular or Vue or just Vanilla.js. The grid is super fast, easily handling over 100,000 rows and high-frequency updates. All right, we're going to be talking about Code Sandbox projects. But I first want to ask you a question. Who here on their daily basis, on their job, uses an IDE? Right? Everyone, I guess. Who here loves their IDE and will never, ever, ever switch away from that IDE? Oh, that's not as much as I thought. Well, everyone that put their hands up after this presentation, your minds will change. Yves, please join us on stage. Big round of applause for Yves.
I think the sound works. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here. I think I've never spoken at a conference with this many people. It's absolutely crazy. Keep in mind, this is the first time that I'm using Keynote. I might be a bit enthusiastic with the animations. So my name is Yves van Hoorne. Oh, wait. Yves van Hoorne. You can find me under Twitter under the name CompuYves. My name is pretty hard to pronounce, even in the Netherlands, so you can call me Yves, you can call me Yves. My friends also have trouble with my name. They call me Flip. So if you want to call me Flip, that's fine as well. I am one of the 2 co-founders of Code Sandbox. And first of all, who of you before today has heard of Code Sandbox or has used Code Sandbox? OK, that is really, really cool. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to demo it because I want to demo it. So this is Code Sandbox. Code Sandbox is an online code editor. It's essentially like your local code editor, but the nice thing is that whenever you build something, you get a link that you can share with people. So I can make a change. I can change this to Hello World, for example. It will update in the preview. And if I press fork, I get my unique link, and I can share it with other people. Now, Code Sandbox is quite old. Last month, we turned 5 years old, and this month, the company is 4 years old. And when we started Code Sandbox, I never could have expected this amount of people using Code Sandbox. We now have 25 million sandboxes, and the sandboxes are crazy. There is also, like, the top right one is Mario Kart without JavaScript, just in CSS, which is I don't know. Anyway, today I want to talk about the story of Code Sandbox, how Code Sandbox got started as this little side project that turned into a company and what we've learned along the way. And my goal is really to inspire you, if you have an idea, that you actually think about working on it. At the end, I will do a bit of a crazy talk about Minecraft, which we'll get to at the end. So let's get started. So 5 years ago, I was a web developer for an auction website called GetAWiki. We were converting Ruby on Rails version 2 pages to React. At some point, I was on vacation to St. Ives, and we literally went there because my name is in it. And at the time, I got questions from my coworkers about the pieces of code. And they just sent me snippets on Slack of React. And I couldn't decipher what was going on, because nowadays you have everything has a V8 compiler. I didn't have one in my head. I just tried to decipher what was going on. And I started to think, it would be interesting if you would have your development environment available everywhere. And of course, didn't do much with the idea. Like most ideas, started studying. And I remember going to university, and the first lecture was about Java. And then the second lecture was about Java. And the third lecture was about Java. And at some point, I thought, OK, I want to do something next to the Java lecture. And that's when I started to get Sketch, the design tool, started to make a design of this idea of Code Sandbox, and created this very simple sketch where you would have in the sidebar, you would have a component, and then you would have code, and then you would have a preview. Me as a developer thought this is good enough design, so I started with implementation. And this is the first implementation. And I remember being so happy with this. Like, it was working. You were able to type code. It would update the preview. It would even show you errors. I got so excited that I immediately started working on the next thing, which was adding a navigation bar. Then I was thinking, ooh, it would be cool if you could build NPM dependencies in Code Sandbox. So you were able to create like multiple NPM dependencies and import them. But this started to really look like a file explorer. So next iteration, make it a file explorer. Then thought, what if we add NPM dependencies? So we got NPM dependencies added to the project as well. And it started to really look like Code Sandbox as it is today. However, the interesting thing is Code Sandbox didn't start as how it is today. It started as the idea for a component editor. And then it became a component library builder. And then it became an online component library builder. And finally, before the release, it became an online code editor. And the learning from this is that no matter what idea you have, if you think the idea is imperfect, it's worth working on. Because every idea starts out imperfect. The reason that you start working on it is to refine the idea. And the idea will definitely change. And I hear people say, I have an idea, but I don't think it's great. And then they don't start working on it. Which is a shame, because really, if you start working on the idea, then the idea will get better. So that was a learning. And we got this version. It looked very much like Code Sandbox. It was January 2017. But I was looking at Code Sandbox every day. And I was thinking at some point, it's not that special. I didn't feel the same feeling that I had when I created a prototype. I was looking at it every day, and I felt like no one needs this. So I started going back to my Java lectures, and my friends asked, hey, what have you been doing in this time? And I said, well, I've been working on something called Code Sandbox. And I showed it to them, and they were much more enthusiastic than I expected. They were really excited about this. And I was thinking, OK, maybe there is actually something with Code Sandbox. So at that time, my co-founder Bas joined, and we said, OK, we're going to try to release on April 1st. So we're going to build everything that we want to build before April 1st. If there's anything that is unfinished on April 1st, we're going to drop it. We're not going to build it. We're not going to finish it. We're going to drop it from the product. And so you can see the spike of implementation. And the learning from this is really seek external feedback, because when you look at the product every day, your idea of it will get warped. So people really, really help with this. And also release fast, because, for example, I dropped a feature on April 1st because I couldn't finish it. And that was supporting sandbox exporting to NPM. So you could publish your sandbox to NPM. And I thought this is super important. And we released it, and no one asked for it. Sad. We still have this PR open. It's a symbolic PR. I would never merge it anymore because, well, the merge conflicts are a bit too high now. But that's some very important thing to realize. And also follow KISS. Keep it simple. Because I remember as well that I thought, oh, we need to store the files of the sandboxes on S3 or a network storage. But I didn't have time to implement all of that before April. So we stored every file on Postgres, which sounds crazy, storing code files on Postgres. And we now have 25 million sandboxes, over 200 million files. It is still all stored in Postgres. And it's still very fast. So it's really, really interesting. That's something, this is something that, well, Postgres has always amazed me, just like Elixir. But keep it simple. Build it for your first use case and see if you need to grow it. So we released Code Sandbox on April 2nd. We realized April 1st is the worst date, maybe in the year, to release something because it's April's Fools. So we released it April 2nd. Lots of anticipation. We had champagne, well, student champagne because we were students. I got 6 likes on the tweet. And all those likes were from my high school friends who didn't code. A bit sad. So we had worked for half a year on Code Sandbox and got 6 likes, no users. What now? And I remember reading a book, a marketing book. I don't remember the book. But I did remember something from that marketing book where it said, it's better to have 100 true fans than 10,000 people who like you. And that is something that we really followed. It's better to have 100 people who really talk about their friends about you, who are so enthusiastic about you that they follow everything that you do on the product, than 10,000 people who just look at a couple moments and they think, oh, this is cool, but then they move on. And so we started doing the unscalable things. We started to talk to people, which is weird. We sent them emails. At some point, they even gave feedback on sandboxes. Like I saw, oh, a new sandbox has been created. And I sent them a message, hey, you missed a semicolon here. That was a bit too far. But when you talk with these people, they will give you feedback. They will say, oh, I wish I could use ESLint. I could use Prettier, for example. And one surefire way to make them a fan is if you implement that feedback very quickly, because it shows that you listen to them. Only if it fits with your roadmap, by the way, otherwise you're going to make a Frankenstein. But if you implement that feedback very fast, they will become fans. So ship often. And if you ship publicly, so that also the people who like you, they see that you're actively working on it, and they see there's actually a lot of love put into a single product. That was something that was super, super, super important for us. And with that kind of strategy, between 2017 and 2019, we got a lot of growth. It started to grow a lot with Code Sandbox. And anecdotally, you can also say that when you look at the graph of my student points, my past exams, it's kind of the same graph, but then in reverse. I mean, it's understandable, because when you get this kind of feedback, marry me, I'm in love with you, this is delicious, thank you, I've included you in my will. I still need to find this person, but it was just a super exciting time. And we've learned from when we released Code Sandbox, we've learned also things that we didn't know initially. And the biggest one is that people learn to code using Code Sandbox. And when you think about this, in hindsight, it makes sense, right? If you have never coded before, and you want to start coding, you suddenly have to learn about the terminal. Should I use Next.js or create React app or Remix? What code editor should I use? What is Webpack? All these kind of things. You first have to learn about the tooling before you can actually get to the coding, which is a shame. And with Code Sandbox, you can go to a link, you can start editing the white text, and you immediately get that dopamine shot of having coded. And this became our most important value for Code Sandbox. This is really the most important thing for us, that we lower the learning curve of coding. The second learning was that Code Sandbox was used by developers to share work, not only with developers, but also with, for example, designers and with product management, which was really interesting. It included more people from the product team than just developers in Code Sandbox. And finally, people wanted to use Code Sandbox beyond prototypes, where people started on Code Sandbox, they started to prototype, and then the prototype became bigger and bigger and bigger, and it didn't fit on Code Sandbox anymore, and people had to opt out. And we put all of these in our values in the end. These are the values that we have with Code Sandbox. And we follow them since, well, the start. For the last point, people wanted to use code sandbox beyond prototypes. There is one clear example. How many of you know Excalidraw? Yeah, it's really cool. I would definitely recommend you to check it out. It's a whiteboarding tool. It allows you to really create diagrams very easily, hand-drawn, and I will use this in the presentation as well. But that project is an open source project that started on Code Sandbox. It was started on Code Sandbox, shared by Christopher Shadow on Twitter, and more people started to work on it, and it became bigger and bigger. And at some point, they wanted to have custom tooling. I think they wanted something like Docker or something, or they wanted to have some custom ESLint rules, but they weren't able to use Code Sandbox anymore. And that's a shame, because they were using Code Sandbox so far, and it worked out well, where they were able to just share sandboxes with each other, but they couldn't anymore. So we started thinking, can we enable Code Sandbox for big projects? Can we enable Code Sandbox for really big projects, like Code Sandbox itself? And we went to the drawing board with this. We decided, OK, what if we start from scratch? And 1.5 years ago, we went to this drawing board, and we asked ourselves, how can we enable the flow of Code Sandbox for any project of any size, integrated in your existing workflow? And that is the thing that we have built. It's called Code Sandbox Projects, and I'm super excited to show it. And the first thing that I'll show is this beautiful keynote animation. Credits to Sid. I'm not sure if he's here, but you want to see it again? Yeah, this is top keynote. Well, anyway, OK, what is Code Sandbox Projects? Important question. It's the same flow that you have with Code Sandbox, where you have a sandbox, you can work on a sandbox, you can build the sandbox, and you can share it with someone. They can fork it, and they can build their own sandbox. They can continue working on it. However, there is an addition with Code Sandbox Projects, and that is it's integrated with Git. So every sandbox has a branch. So you, for example, start with the main branch. When you press fork, you get a new sandbox with a new branch. Now, this also enables something that I've wanted to build in Code Sandbox for a long time, and that is being able to contribute sandboxes back to the original sandbox. So you can share a sandbox with people, they can fork it, they can open a PR from that sandbox, and then merge it back. Ooh, demo. So this is an example of that. This is Code Sandbox Projects, by the way. It's very much like Code Sandbox, but it's a new editor, which is it looks nicer. And this is Excalidraw running on Code Sandbox. So I could press fork, for example, here, and I would get my own branch, and I would be able to contribute to Excalidraw. And here, let me refresh this page. And here we have our own editor running in Code Sandbox. And I can show you. And I will ask everyone to close their eyes for a moment, because my authentication token, maybe I'm safe. Oh, I need to create an account. On Code Sandbox. OK, let me try again. OK, close your eyes. This is my token. It's invalid. You cannot use it anymore. And I need to have an additional permission. OK, let's try again. I need to give myself I've created a special user for this talk, and I'm now really thinking, should I have done that? But I'm in it now. How can I easily show this? Well, it doesn't really matter. I didn't want to show this anyway. Oh, it works. So this is really Code Sandbox running in Code Sandbox. And we use Code Sandbox to develop Code Sandbox nowadays. When I press fork, we actually create a new branch, and we create a new sandbox from this original sandbox with its own version, really. I have access to the terminal. I can do whatever I want to, really. Now, if I want to make a change, if I want to contribute something, I can use this little inspector to click on a React component. It will open the code. Ooh. I'm really excited about this one. You can, for example, say, welcome to React Summit. The Next.js server will do the HMR. And I'm happy with my PR. I click Open PR, and we will handle pushing that branch, committing the commit, and finally pushing that commit as well. And it takes a bit, because we're also doing all the ESLint checks and everything behind the scenes. and then it blocks my pop-up. I click Done, I click Open PR, and you have this PR with the change that we wanted to make. I always delete this list. That's probably why I'm not a developer anymore, but a founder. I'm not sure if others do this as well. And I create a pull request. So this is the flow of Code Sandbox that we really want to enable, where you can go from sandbox to contribution. And we want to make this Git flow also very easy, so that, for example, it sounds a bit crazy, but if a designer wants to change the margin, that they can click on a component, change the prop of the margin, and that they can click Open PR. It sounds crazy, but I think we can enable this. Next to this integrated with Git, we also have that it's backed by a micro VM. And this enables a lot. We can literally run anything. Normal cases, run Postgres, run MongoDB, for example, run your Docker Compose thing. And the funny thing is, if you fork the main branch, all the data of the Postgres will also be in the new branch. It's an exact copy. Yesterday, I ran a Minecraft server on Code Sandbox. That's possible. Don't try this at home, but it's possible. And this also allows us to run our own development server on the VM. And this allows us to run something called Pitcher. And it's a development environment that other code editors can connect to. And the API is closed right now, but we're going to open this API. But this essentially allows you to really connect your own code editor to Code Sandbox. So remember, I was working on this PR here. I can also click Open in VS Code. And it will actually open this branch once VS Code has started up. It will actually open this branch within VS Code. And you will be able to use your own extensions. You will be able to use everything, really. And you can also... Oh. The screen is black. Well, maybe, am I over time? I'm not yet. Should I reconnect the thing? Or maybe VS Code just took so much of my memory that my MacBook tried to make some sacrifices. Oh, there's only... The only thing I get is... No, it's not going to work. What should I do? Wait, what if I go back to Code Sandbox? OK, that doesn't work. What if I go back to the keynote? That doesn't work. What if I'm not going to reboot, turn it on and off it again? Strange, right?
We did the last thing, we lost it.
Oh, you did lose it? Now I wish Sarah was here, Sarah Vieira, because we used to do a talk together. I'm not sure if you know her. She's the last talk. We used to do a talk together, and there was one point where we had a technical issue, and she was just, during that whole time, she was making fun of me. She was saying, Yves, no, there is the cable. There is the cable. And I just had to run around, try different cables. But it was better than being alone on stage. You know what's also a shame?
Maybe I can just join you.
Oh, hello. Welcome. Hello. Are you going to make fun of me?
Well, if my mic, yeah. Now, I just wanted to say, so when I was introducing Flip, I said, who wants to keep their IDE? And you probably want to switch. Wasn't this flipping mad already? Right? I never want to go back to my old IDE. So, thank you. And maybe we can already jump to the first questions of Q&A while...
oh, that is smart. That is smart.
While they are busy trying to make it work. So if you can join me here in the little Q&A corner.
There's a little spot for me.
Yeah. So are there any plans? The questions jumped. Are there any plans to open source Code Sandbox CI? I want to add the ability to rerun a build.
Ooh. That's actually a very good point. It's also something that has been requested a couple times. And
intellectual property. Pfft.
Well, most of Code Sandbox is open source, but Code Sandbox CI hasn't been, and now that I think of it, why hasn't it been? So we will open source Code Sandbox CI.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, but it's just, I just remembered, like, we haven't ever open sourced it, which is a bit of a shame, because it would be nice if people can actually read.
Yeah, there's a settings tab on GitHub, and then you go to privacy, and then say public. Presentation is done, so we can continue.
OK. OK, here we go again. Can you see my screen? Yes, OK. What did I do? What did I miss? Oh, yeah, this open in VS Code button. Well, look, you can open it in VS Code. You can use your own editor. And one thing that I really like about this is that you can also, like, you have live collaboration in the end. So where am I? I'm here. Am I here? I'm here. Look, you can see my VS Code cursor here as well. You can collaborate, too. I'm connected twice. So you might be working in VS Code and you want to get some feedback from someone. You can share a link. They can open it in Code Sandbox. You can collaborate together, follow each other. Or you're working in your own branch in VS Code. Someone opens a PR. You quickly want to review that PR, but you don't want to switch your own branch. Well, you can just open it in Code Sandbox, and you have a separate development environment to review the PR. OK. I'm going to speed this up now because I'm over time. The question is, can a VM be fast? Because that's the big question of having something like this. Like, you can run generic stuff, you can do anything really, but can a VM be fast? And I would say yes, with the caveat that the nice thing is that servers can store state. They can store gigabytes of state. And if you have the main branch, you essentially want to create an exact copy of the main branch when you press fork, ideally within a second, right? So the first response is, OK, what if we copy the disk? But the disadvantage of that is that you still have to start the Next.js server from the ground up or Docker from the ground up. That is not very nice. So the question is, can we copy everything? And what does that even mean, everything? So there is this very cool tool. It's called Firecracker. Of course, there has to be fire there. It's created by the Amazon team to host AWS Lambda and AWS Fargate. And it's a micro VM. Normally, VMs spin up in like 6 seconds. Firecracker spins up in 200 milliseconds. But the really interesting property of Firecracker is that it can save the memory to disk of a running VM. So essentially, when I have a VM with Next.js, it can snapshot that memory, put it to disk, and then this is the interesting part. I can now start new VMs just from this snapshot, like multiple VMs starting exactly at the same time from that snapshot, just continuing its operation. This is perfect for Code Sandbox because we fork. We are a fork-based company. So when you have the main branch, we always create a snapshot of that. When someone presses fork, we can copy that snapshot, and we can start a new branch from that, and it will just continue where the main branch left off. But you do have a unique development environment that you can work with. So you don't have to wait anymore for like starting time. This takes a couple seconds. We found a faster way as well, where when you start a new branch, it directly uses the existing snapshot. And every time it writes memory, it doesn't write the memory to that snapshot. It writes it to a separate snapshot. Copy and write. And this allows us to start VMs in 600 milliseconds. And you don't have to wait for a Next.js server. This is super cool because it allows for this fork behavior. That's also what I demoed just now with contributing. But it also allows for always-on branches. After 5 minutes of inactivity of a VM, we can save its memory to disk. We can turn off the VM. The moment that you come back, we can immediately spin up the VM in 600 milliseconds, and it will continue running. And for you, it will seem like the branch is always running. It never turns off. OK, I really want to. I'm going to demo this because this is something, an idea of last night, and I've been working on this last night, and I really want to show it. OK, so I hope it works. Let's say I have this Minecraft server. I start Tailscale, which allows me to connect to the Minecraft server. Where is my Tailscale? I have, Sandbox. OK, I open Minecraft. I connect with this sandbox. OK, now I'm connected with a sandbox on Code Sandbox. Ooh, it's very dark. Let me set the time. You can clearly see I'm a millennial now, that I know all these things of Minecraft. Or is it Gen Z? And this is the logo of Code Sandbox. I know, right? We just changed our logo to make it this easy to build in Minecraft. That was the goal. And let's say I might want to make some changes. Like I want to change something in the world. And I disconnect. Now, one cool thing is, I can now, let me quickly open my terminal because I forgot that. I can now hibernate this VM, and I can resume it, and I will be able to go into that same world. It's this VM. I can hibernate it now. This VM is now hibernated. If I go to this URL, it will not seem like it's hibernated because it spins up really, really, really fast. So now it's back on. Can you believe that it was, well, anyway, it was off for a moment. I can connect to it again. And my world is still here. I'm still in this logo. That is one thing. But what if I now press fork and I create a new VM from the existing snapshot, so a new development environment. So I press fork. It creates a new environment. And I have to rerun the tail scale, because that's a detail. And now I have a new connection to, I now have Sandbox 1 here. And now I connect to a new development server. So I have Sandbox. I guess I can still connect to that. Yeah, I can still connect to that. And now I can also connect to Sandbox-1. Or can I? Oh, wait, I need to restart the Tailscale server, I think. Let me see what the name is. This is the thing with Tailscale. Oh, Sandbox 2. Oh, sounds. And now I'm connecting to another server, and it will have the same changes that I just made in that original. And we didn't save the world. We didn't stop the Minecraft server. We have an exact copy of the original Minecraft server running on another node. And that's essentially the power that Firecracker enables you. And this will, well, this is Minecraft. You won't use this at work, but that is the thing that I find really cool about the fact that we can enable this. In the future, we're going to combine Code Sandbox projects with Code Sandbox itself, and you will be able to run browser-based projects on Code Sandbox, and you will be able to run full development projects with running Postgres server, for example. I'm a bit over time, but thanks a lot for bearing with me, and I wish you all a very nice day today, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they stole your laptop. So don't forget, if you want to continue the conversation about Code Sandbox, you can go to the speaker Q&A room. Right now it's time for coffee and a snack, so go there for coffee and a snack. You can visit the sponsors' booths. Enjoy the break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. See you then.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Crypto. A turbulent world full of risks and opportunities. Discover it through a trusted platform. Join the 1 million Dutch users of Bitfavo, the crypto exchange of the Netherlands. Crypto starts with Bitfavo.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that...
Right, everyone, the moment you have all been waiting for. Nathaniel Okenwa.
Hey, folks. It's good to see you all back here. Now, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's all about you. We've got amazing speakers coming up on this track, so thank you for sticking with me. My name's Nathaniel Okenwa, in case you missed me this morning, and I'm just going to be taking you through the next couple of talks. But before we go in, we need to give a massive thank you to WP Engine. They are the WordPress technology company, and they provide the most relied upon and trusted brands and developer-centric WordPress products for companies and agencies of all sizes, including managed WordPress hosting, enterprise WordPress, headless WordPress, Flywheel, Local, and Genesis. So definitely go and check them out. Another shout out to our gold sponsor, Docker. Millions of developers use Docker to build, share, and run applications with an integrated, reliable, and secure workflow that accelerates app delivery from code to the cloud. And you can check that out at docker.com, or you could just go over to their booth later on today and check them out. Now, I know people are walking in. Feel free, grab a seat as fast as you can. But while you're here, I would suggest getting your phone up, taking a screenshot of that QR code so that as the next speaker is talking, you can ask your questions. Ask your questions on the Slido, and we will ask them afterwards on the talk. But folks, if you remember from this morning, we had the CSS clapping system. Let's just revisit that. Can I get a 0? Can I get a 0? All right, that's a 0. Fair enough, fair enough. Can I get a bit of a 5? All right, that's good, that's good. Let's make it a 7. 7, all right. And you're going to do a 10 in one moment as I introduce the next speaker, Sid Shetlapal, walking the line between flexibility and consistency in component libraries. You're going to check out the Slido, and you're going to give him a massive 10 round of applause.
Hello. Feels good to be back. Okay, not that so much. We just checked. Oh. All right. I'm Sid. I work on the design system team at GitHub, and I am one of the maintainers of Primer React, which is the React component library that other teams at GitHub use to build the things that you actually like to use. So before I start, I kind of want to give a warning. So GitHub is part of Microsoft now, so I have to kind of say this, where these opinions are my own and not of my employer yet. Right? I'm trying to change them. I'm working on it. I haven't been there long enough, so give me a while. All right, so let's talk about consistency and flexibility when it comes to component libraries. So the thing with component libraries is that there's no one true answer, and it really depends on a bunch of context. So when I started looking at other component libraries. So that's big enough. I looked at Polaris, which is Shopify's design system, and I looked at Material UI, which is an open source component library. And this is one component that they have both, like a banner. So with Polaris, how you create this banner is you say, I want a banner. The status of this banner is critical, and here's the title. and it renders all of that. The icon's there, the cross button is there, all of that is there. And if you want to add an action, you say action object, where you say this is the content, and if this is clicked, this is the function that you should call. So very, very descriptive. There's a lot of config here. If I have to build the same thing with Material UI, that looks something like this. I have an alert. They don't call it banner. They call it alert. Doesn't matter. And you give it a severity of error. And then you can pass it an icon. So it could be any icon. It doesn't have to be this icon. You could basically give any icon. It's very flexible. And then it also lets you override some of the CSS. So I can actually change the border color here like I have. And then finally, ouch. OK. Finally, if I want some content inside it, there is an alert title. But if I want a button, I can just bring my own button and put it there. And then I'm responsible for this margin that you see here. OK, so if you compare these two component APIs, they're creating the same component. But there's like a lot of difference between what the API looks like and how much flexibility do you have. And that brings me to the spectrum of flexibility. So when I think of Shopify's Polaris, I think Polaris is somewhere here, where it's very opinionated. It has an extremely strict API. And that kind of leads to these predictable, consistent outcomes. You can use the alert wherever you want. You get something similar. But of course, it can get a bit rigid and restricting if you're experimenting with it. On the other hand, Material UI is probably like all the way here. It's open source, so there is no assumption of context. It has to have a very flexible API, because the Material team cannot really guess what you'll use it for, which means it kind of depends on your company, your context. And if you're not careful, if you use Material UI as your design system, it can become messy or fragmented, or you just need a lot of guardrails in place. So when I was looking at Primer React, I was like, OK, where do we lie? And or if you're thinking about it for your component library, the answer, of course, always is it depends. And it depends on these factors, though. So is it built for a specific product, or is it open source? Is the design decision centralized because you have a certain design team, or do individual products have their own design team, so is it scattered? How old is the product? How mature are the patterns? If you already have established patterns, then it's easier to be more consistent, versus if you're still finding the patterns, then it's better to be more flexible. And I looked at this, and I was like, we built for a specific product. We do have a centralized design team. We have established patterns, so GitHub's like super old. So probably somewhere here. Like, this is how much flexibility we probably should allow. So to showcase this, I looked at this component. This is kind of a common pattern that you see in a bunch of places. What I want you to focus on is just this part, the list of people. And we call this an action list, because it's a list, and you can take an action. I know, very clever. So this pattern gets used in a bunch of places. This is the user list that I just showed you, but in a bunch of these places, they're all lists of actions that are distributed, sometimes in a menu, sometimes not. So to build this, I looked at the simplest example. I was like, OK, this seems easy. This is a list of items. You can click them, and that's an action. So I said, OK, it's an action list. It takes an array of items, because I want it to be a very restrictive API. So I went with like a config-style approach. And if you want to select something, then you can click it, and I will pass you back the item that you passed so that you can figure out what to do. Felt a bit icky, because you're kind of basing this on text. So changed it a bit. It's an object now. So you have text, and then you can do an onSelect. This is what gets fired, right? Config API. Then next up, I looked at these dividers. It makes sense. You want to divide your options by context. So if you want to add a divider here, what would the text be? So do you just say, like, this is a divider? Or do we have like a secret code where, if you say underscore divider, it's like a magic string? Maybe it's a type divider. There's no nice way to do it. So what I decided was, instead of relying on magic strings, let's bake this into the component. So because React components are functions or JavaScript functions at the end of the day, you can always attach more attributes to them. So basically, here I'm attaching another key, which is divider. And internally, we can change this. It's a magic string internally. But for the users of our components, they'll say action list.divider. OK, so far, so good. Now let's look at this labels. So it's the same list. You're probably looping over somewhere like repo.labels. And the text and the onSelect makes sense. The text is here. But then you have this circle that we show for like colors. So maybe it's label color, and the component, the action list component is smart enough that if you pass label color, then it knows it has to render a tiny circle there. That makes sense. But what about this one, assignees? So the text and onSelect are still fine. You pass the text. But maybe you pass an avatar. And again, it's smart enough to know that if you pass avatar, then it has to render a tiny image with the URL passed. Good work. But of course, there's more. There's milestones in projects, etc. So in milestones, there's an icon here. So I guess we just add an icon prop again. And then if it's an icon, it's smart enough. It knows where to render the icon and what size it is. But this is where it starts getting tricky. But what if somebody passes an icon and avatar both? I mean, I'm not saying somebody's trying to break my component, but it makes sense. Like, if somebody's trying to make a selected state, this is how you would do it probably. But of course, it kind of messes it up because we don't actually want selection to be this way. There's a different way to do it, but the API kind of misguided you. So changed it up and said there's one element allowed in prefix. We're going to call it prefix element. You can pass the component, and then you can pass what props does it take. So anytime you see something like this, which is like, here's the element, here's the props, it's a component, right? So maybe we should just call it prefix and accept a component here. It kind of opened up the API a little bit, but again, as I said, people are not trying to break the component. People are just trying to build what they have to and then go home. So prefix component. We don't call it prefix, we call it leading visual. That's not important. So this kind of works because you can have avatar, you can have a label color component that you can put there, you can have a milestone icon. So it kind of works. The API is looking a bit tricky because the text is a text, I guess. This is a string. Then onSelect is a function. And leading visual is a rendered component. It's JSX. So the API is a bit like, you can't guess all this. If you look at the docs, you'll know what to do. OK, moving on. There is description. We show the name over here. So I added a description field. But in labels, because label descriptions can be really long, you want it on the next line. So maybe that's like a description, label description, but then a description variant, because description can be inline or it can be block. I guess it works. This also is starting to feel like a component, but we'll deal with that later. And then the final boss of this is there's this component, which is like it has groups. Because when you want to assign a reviewer, we show you these are the suggestions, and this is everyone else. So the way to do this would be like add a group prop, right? Add the prop, why not? And then if the user has recently edited, then you say suggestions. Otherwise, it's everyone else. But how do you decide which one shows up first? Does suggestions show up first or everyone? So you got to give me an order. So there's another prop called group order. It's an array. But then we have this variation. In some places, we want to fill it. So I need another thing called variant, a group variant, I guess. So this becomes a config. There's title, there's variant. And the good thing about this is that now I have an object, which means I can add an ID, so that at least I can say it's ID, like group 1 or group 2. And then did you notice there are two descriptions here? There's an inline one and a block one. So I guess we're going to do like maybe just an array of descriptions, and then which one is inline, which one is block. So maybe there's a description variant array. This feels stupid because there's two of them. So maybe it's an array of objects. And this is how it goes. So the only nice thing about it is like it's very easy to type this. If you write TypeScript, then it's an object. It's very configuration-based, so you can type the whole thing. But what ended up happening was like folks wanted to do like put an icon here, put a count here on the right side. In the end, this is what the API started to look like, where there was a render item prop, where it's a render prop, it's inversion of control. We pass you the item props, and we say, please pass these to whatever you're going to render here. Because there's like accessibility concerns here. There's a lot of magic that happens for focus trap and keyboard navigation with up and down. So we want all of that to work, and we ask you to pass it back. I'm really afraid of something like render item, because we kind of lose all of the control or all of the features that were baked in, and we're kind of relying on the user to make sure all of that glue code for responsive design, for accessibility, they have set it up correctly, and they pass it down right. I hate this. And especially this last pattern of render item, the problem with that is not that people would do mistakes, although it does happen. It's not like people are trying to break it. The idea is just that the component became so complicated with all the props that at some point we just had to declare prop bankruptcy and say, here's a function, you do it, I don't care. And that's like ejecting from a component, right? Which kind of defeats the whole point. So all of that is actually a symptom of misunderstanding how flexible did we actually want the component to be. Because if we did not want as many variations, it probably could still work. But I learned that we're probably further down here, even though we have all of the things that I said, it depends. But GitHub is big enough that there are so many contexts where the same component can appear. And it changes from component to component. So let's try this again with a slightly more flexible API in mind. All right, so the answer that I went for is, let me try a composition. Let me try to make like a composite component. So there's an action list like before, but instead of receiving an array of items, it accepts a child, which is action list dot item. And dot item knows how to render things the same way. And like before, you can attach more components onto one component because it's all functions at the end of the day. So I can say, here's an item, and then action list dot item is that component. And then people can use this nice composite API. So the nice thing is like onSelect is already on the item itself. This is probably where you'll guess to add it also. When you're selecting an element, you put the onSelect or the onClick on it, so it makes sense. And then you have all of these items. I really like this so far because it kind of makes sense. It looks tiny. It's not very confusing. Next step, dividers. If you had to guess what the divider would look like, what would you guess? Okay, 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. That's a good answer. So we did this before where we had like all of these codes for divider. Now it's just action list dot divider, right? Because we have the option of baking components and queuing them into action list, and then we say action list dot divider. You put it, it knows how to render. It has accessibility handled already. Perfect. All right, next one. Let me open labels. So this is how we did that earlier, where there was a leading visual. I kind of like this. I don't want to change too much. I'll just add like an action list dot leading visual, and this leading visual knows where to render this, whatever goes inside. So you can say this is the label color, and this is the area reserved for leading visual. If there is a leading visual, then it shifts the text, handles the margin, spacing, size, all of that. So it kind of almost gives you like a slot, if you think about it. Like you can fill this slot with label color or an avatar, like this one. So if you think about these two APIs, the basic structure is still the same. You're only changing the slots that go inside, like the text or the leading visual. So that's pretty good. Like if you can build multiple UIs with the same API, you kind of have to learn less, and you're going to get your task done faster and go home faster, which is a win for everyone. All right, now let's look at these descriptions. So earlier we had a key here, label.description. I'm just going to do the same slot behavior. We have an action list.description, and you can prop this description right here. Whatever you write inside goes into this description area. And now if I had to do a variant of block versus inline, where would you put this variant prop? Probably put it here. Because this is the description, and this is where description goes. So I'm going to put a variant block here, which will do this. So a lot of these APIs kind of become easier to guess. When you want a variant on the description, where do you put it? You put it on action list.description. Kind of makes sense. All right, let's keep moving. All right, quick. I'm running surprisingly low on time, so I'm going to quickly go through how the slots implementation work. There's an object of slots inside item, and then we loop through children. So I say React children dot for each. This is like a top-level React API. And then while I'm looping through children, I check what is child.type. And the fun thing is all of this JSX gets converted to React.createElement, and the type is the function that is similar to the component. So if I actually look at child.type, it's going to be one of these, where it's going to be action list.leadingVisual or action list.description. So I can actually just check for if child.type is actionless.leadingVisual, then I'm just going to kidnap that child and then put it in a slot. That sounds so wrong. But I'm going to fill the slot of leadingVisual with this child, and then I do the same with description. And I can also check the props of the child. So I can say if child.props.variant is block, then slots.block description, otherwise slots.inline description. And if it's none of these, then I know it's in the free form, the text field over here. So I say slots.freeform.push child. I see some eyebrows raised. Fair, fair. You have to remember that this API would only work when you have full control over, or you can expect what will come inside children. So in this case, with actionlist.item, these are the only things you can put. You can either use an actionlist.leadingVisual or description or just text. If you wanted to put anything else, it wouldn't work because it would just go in the free form slot and we wouldn't identify. And you can get away with optimizations on nice APIs like this, or let's just call it what it is. You can, like, child kidnapping hacks if you control the API. And because this is in a component library setting, we kind of control what the API looks like. And again, people are not really trying to break the components. People are trying to get their job done and go home. So if it's a predictable API, do all the hacks you want. You have my permission if it matters. OK, so quickly looking at the milestone, projects icon, all of that still works because we just fill the same slots. And then finally, let's look at this big boy. Here we have groups. So again, if you had to guess what would be the syntax for group, what would you guess? OK, I am so disappointed, but OK. Maybe it's not as obvious as I thought. It's going to be actionlist.group, because then you can put two groups. The group expects title, and you can customize it with a variant, kind of how you do with description. And then inside them, you're just putting actionlist.items. And everything, this all is similar. It's just leadingVisual description. But it's very intuitive how you can, if you can make this, you can kind of make a lot of UI on GitHub, which is cool. And then finally, if you wanted both of these descriptions, you just put two actionless description, one with variant inline, one with variant block. They both will identify the slot they have to fill those slots, and render in the right places. So no arrays. I mean, it's an array, but we don't see it. All right. Finally, I'm low on time, so I'm going to skip this because it's kind of boring. All right. Finally, let me say this. You have to experiment to find your spot on the flexibility and consistency spectrum. I thought I knew where we were on the spectrum. I was clearly wrong, so you kind of have to play around with it a little and find your place. Use composition to allow flexibility when you have to, instead of ejecting. So like render, inversion of control is good when you don't have any control, but in a lot of cases, you kind of have assumptions, or you kind of can predict what people want to do. So composition over ejection. And finally, design systems and component libraries are built for people. So people are not really trying to break your API. I think that's a concern that we have a lot, where like, no, people will use it this way, and what will happen then? People are not trying to make a fool of us. They're just trying to get the right output, and they have a thing in mind, and then want to move on. So if you can create predictable APIs, even if it involves crimes, it's fine. Thank you so much. That's all I have. If you want to look at the slides, they're on this URL. And if you want more bad ideas, you can follow me on Twitter. Thank you.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentaco.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
All right. So once again, I'm going to say another thank you to one of our sponsors, our gold sponsor, Contentful. Contentful is the leading content platform for digital-first business. Thousands of brands rely on Contentful to create and manage digital experiences across any channel, faster and at scale. So definitely go and check them out. But folks, I love how you're feeling the energy. I can feel the buzz of the room. I know you're excited. So I'm going to get out of your way and introduce the next amazing speaker, Cody Zuschlag. Give him a round of applause.
Talking to you about building a modern, here we go. That sounds a little better, right? So happy to be here. Thanks, everyone. I'll be talking about building a modern full stack application with JavaScript. And a little spoiler, we're going to be talking about GraphQL, all open source, because that's what we love. My name's Cody. I work at Nearform. I'm a developer relations engineer. I'm also a university instructor I teach a web development course at the local university where I live in France. But enough about me. What I really want to do is I want to challenge everyone here, do a little exercise with me. Close your eyes and imagine your next project. You got all the requirements in from your stakeholders. You know what you want to build. And what are you going to do when you close your eyes? You're going to start thinking about those tools and those frameworks that you're going to reach for. And when I do this, and I start thinking about those tools and frameworks, what I'm saying to myself is this time, it's going to be different. This time, it's going to be right. This time, it's going to be rainbows. And this time, it's going to be unicorns. And I think we all do that because we want to reach for new technology that's going to help, that's going to solve all those problems that we had in our last project. And so I think that the trap is, though, is we might get like 80% through our project. And when we reach that 80%, all of a sudden something happens. Like those real-world, non-functional requirements hit that last 20%. And it's that last 20% that's really hard. And where do we find ourselves? We're thinking rainbows and unicorns. We end up something like this. I don't know how many times I've been like this, trying to fix real problems in a production application. We got complex CI pipelines. We got problems with scaling. We got problems with performance, security things we didn't think about at the beginning, authorization, authentication. So I feel like there's this massive gap between what we imagined and the reality. Because we're all just real-world people fixing real-world problems. We're devs. We're trying to do the best we can. And I think what I want to challenge us to do today, let's focus in on that last 20%, that hard 20% that we don't always think about in the beginning. So I want to talk about this guy. This guy, his name is Vilfredo Pareto. We call it the Pareto principle. I know you can't read that text, but you will in just a second. And Vilfredo Pareto, this Italian economist, he came with this idea, the 80-20 rule. And I keep talking about these percentages. And he said, maybe just 80% of our outcomes that in our project are going to come from 20% of the challenges, of the requirements. And that's what I want to challenge us to do today. Let's think about that 20% from the beginning. So there's the Pareto principle in its entirety. And I think Steve Jobs knew this. When he came back to Apple in 1996, they had like 15 desktop computer models. He cut them down to one. They had a whole bunch of portable devices. I think they called them laptops back in 1996. He cut them down to one. Peripherals, printers, deleted them all, got rid of them all. He wanted to focus in on that last 20%, that really mattered. So today, what I want to focus on, what I want to challenge us to focus on, is that hard 20%. And maybe, just maybe, we can gain 80% in our productivity. So how can we build this tech stack, this magic tech stack that's going to focus in on that hard 20%, that 20% of non-functional requirements, help us get speed of delivery and ensure that our production-grade application can work the way that we want, we can fix things while it's in production. So to do that, I want to lay out some principles. When I'm going to build my tech stack, these are the principles I'm going to think about. And the first one's going to be modularity. And I think one of the challenges, the traps that we can fall into is we're going to reach for that framework that says it does it all, and we think it's going to do it all. But maybe it doesn't do it all. And what happens when we hit that moment when it doesn't do something we want, and we have to reach for something else, or we have to throw away the framework and start from the beginning? So if we can build like a tech stack where we could swap out layers of the stack when something isn't working, we've won something, right? Our stack suddenly becomes modular, and we can adapt to the situation, to the requirements as they evolve. Next up on our principles is going to be developer experience, right? That's why we're here. We're all devs. We're all fixing real things. Like, I want the tools, like, help me, like, guide me, not get in the way, right? And I want to be able to run my application anywhere. I want to be able to run it on my laptop while I'm in the train, when I don't have Wi-Fi, or in the airplane. Like, it needs to run locally, or in the cloud, on-site, Docker, whatever it is. Like, that's really important to me, too. I don't want to be reliant on some cloud services, and I can't run my end-to-end tests on my machine because I'm reliant on that internet connection that doesn't exist in the hotel. Next up on my principles is going to be community first. I'm talking about open source projects, community supported. They're going to be more secure, ideally, right? Because more people, more eyes are looking at the code. Bugs are going to get fixed. Things aren't hidden from you. I think that's really important when we're reaching for a tech stack. I'm talking about 100% open source, not just, that 80% and then 20% of the magic secret sauce is running in a cloud service that nobody can see. I want to see 100% open source. So my next and last principle is going to be transparency. And this is kind of related to open source and that idea of like a community-supported project, but also transparency when we talk about abstraction. Like, we love abstraction layers, right? Like, that's what makes our lives easy. That's what makes us productive and develop things fast. What happens when an abstraction doesn't work? Like, I want to be able to peel off those layers and get my hands in on the nitty-gritty, the dirty parts, like we saw in that first meme of people fixing things. I want to be able to reach under those abstractions if I need to. They shouldn't be hidden from me. So, let's talk about the stack. Now, the stack, most people, when we start building a tech stack, we often start from the front, and then we work our way back. And I think that's the wrong approach. If we want to fix that last 20% of the non-functional requirements, then we should start from the back. Like, that's what I want to challenge us to do today. So I'm going to turn the whole problem upside down, inside out. We're going to start from the back. So let's talk about the stack. You're going to see this slide with the waffles quite a bit. I found them to be pretty tasty. So we'll see that often in this presentation. So first thing on the stack, if we start from the back, you can flame me. You can send me your hate mail. You got my Twitter handle there. But my friends, there's an elephant in the room. And the elephant's name is Postgre. Why would I talk about Postgre? Postgre is awesome because relational databases, I also love document-based, no-schema databases, but devs know it. And I'm willing to bet in this room, anyone who has a computer science degree or software engineering degree, I bet you've taken a relational database course. I'm willing to bet money on that. So devs know it. You can add devs to your project without a lot of challenge, and I think that's really important. Next up, I'm saying it right now, quote me on it, it's the best relational database. And not only is it the best relational database, it's also like NoSQL ready, right? Because they've had JSON support, I think, since version 9, and we're up to 14 is the current release. So the JSON support just gets better and better. So if you want to build a document-based database, you can do it in Postgre. That's one of its superpowers. Supports connection pooling. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I need to speed up a little bit. But the connection pooling, we're going to have insane scaling. And that's another thing we have to think about when we're building that big tech stack. So we can do connection pooling, we can suddenly cut off tons of resources doing the TLS handshaking if we can share connections. And last thing I want to talk about is that dev experience, because I can run Postgre, I can spin it up on my laptop here in a second in a Docker container, and I can run all my tests directly. And love it, hate it. I have that relationship with SQL, but it is crazy powerful, right? When I can do aggregations across multiple tables, or if we want to talk collections in a document-based database, I can do it. Next up on the tech stack, we're going to talk about the server. If we're going to talk about the server, we're going to be talking about Fastify. I just couldn't help but thinking about that Fastify cat eating some of those waffles. This is my Node.js server, and it's inspired by Happy. It's going to be really familiar to anyone who's used Express before. It's easy to use. And what's amazing about Fastify is that it allows you to build a monolithic application today when you're doing your POC. But, as your project grows and your requirements grow, inevitably, you're going to want to split that up probably into services, create some sort of microservice architecture. And, Fastify, with that plugin architecture, is going to let you evolve with your code. So Conway's law is always going to come into play. Eventually, your code is going to look like your organization. And Fastify lets you do that. It's open source, it's transparent, and it's modular because we have those plugins. Again, it can run anywhere. That's one of the things we love about Fastify. And that plugin architecture is just kind of programming Zen when each plugin is isolated from the others, and you can logically build your application. So now, let's get to the good part, our API layer. And it's going to be GraphQL. And if we're using GraphQL on the server with Fastify, we're going to be using Mercurius. Mercurius is a GraphQL plugin, GraphQL server for Fastify. And it's going to solve real-world GraphQL problems today, like out of the box. This is what's so cool about Mercurius. It supports caching, federation, authentication, subscription, file uploads, all those things you didn't think about when you wrote your first GraphQL server. Like it comes with those either in form of a plugin that are supported by the core project, or it comes with them out of the box. Like that's what's so amazing. And the caching, we're going to talk about that in just a second. The caching is really amazing in Mercurius, and that's what's going to give us some amazing performance as our application scales. It integrates the GraphQL server, so we get like a timeline where we can see our queries going by, and we can debug them in our browser. Oh, sorry, that's the next step. I skipped a step. That's to allow us to debug our queries in our browser as we're building them. And has loader support built in. I don't have time to go into that, but inevitably, if anyone here has built a GraphQL server, you're going to have that problem where your data is in like a graph, so you have some sort of hierarchy to it. If you're fetching parents, eventually you're going to have to fetch children. And you don't want to do one after the other. You want to like queue up all the parents and then queue up all the children and maybe do 2 queries to your database to get all your data. And loaders let you do that, and it comes built in to Mercurius. And that's one of the things that I love about using Mercurius. So we're going to switch over to the client side. If we're going to use GraphQL on our client, what are we going to use? We're going to use Urkel. I call it Urkel. You might call it URQL. I think Urkel has a nice ring to it. It is the best GraphQL client. It's going to work with all the major front-end libs. We're at React, so it supports React as its principal front-end lib. Caching. It does some crazy caching. It can cache things using your query as the key into the cache, but it can also like normalize your data and cache things by ID of the entity. So this lets you pull items out of the cache that have already been queried by a different query. And you got offline support, so suddenly when we have, if we have the ability to store things in cache, we can then store it in IndexedDB in the browser, and our application can suddenly run offline. Subscription, uploads, exchange architecture, SSR, all the things that we might want in a GraphQL client, Urkel has that out of the box. And of course, as a hooks API, we're here talking about React. It's a magic API, and they have some dev tools. So I had to throw in a couple code snippets. This is really one component, but I split it into two segments that fit it on the slide. And we'll build a pizza application. Inevitably, I'm going to have like /pizzas in my application that's going to list all my pizzas. And I'll probably have like /pizza /an ID to get details. So this is the list. And we have that use query hook. Well, I guess I have my query on the left. And in the top of my component, I have the use query hook. And that use query hook returns a result object, which has these three keys in it: data, fetching, error. And this is amazing because like the API is built for writing React components. So if there's an error, I can show one thing, pop something up. I can have a loading spinner, super easy. And finally, I can actually render my data. And if I've configured my cache correctly, if I run that query, and now when I get details for a pizza, I have a pretty similar query on the left. This time I'm going to get it by ID. And if I've set up my cache correctly, my component looks about the same on the right. We just have a little different query. Suddenly, like, Urkel lets us get the data out of the cache without having to go to the server. So I'm going to visualize this very quickly here. So I have 2 components on the left, my pizzas component and my pizza component. I'm going to make that query. It's going to work its way down the database. It's going to come back. But things are going to get stored in the cache, right? So now what's going to happen, though, if I've set up Urkel the right way, when I finally do that query on the client, it's coming right out of the cache, client side. No trips to the server. And this is amazing because if we like set up our GraphQL APIs to match our business domain, and we can store things in the cache, like imagine if like we don't really need to worry about application state, like global state, Redux. All those things can make our application really complicated. Had to throw this in there. Like this is how I feel when I don't have to write Redux code. Every day I feel like that when I'm not doing it. So, of course, we're here at React Summit. Gotta talk about React. Why do we love React? Well, because it's React, and we're all here. Like, devs know React, so you're gonna be able to ramp up your team, add resources. That's one of the things we love about React. It's always evolving, but yet it's still stable. Okay, 18 had some changes that all shocked us, but like we were ready for that, right? Components make us architect our code in a good way. Dev tools, we love it. Vite, if you're not using Vite, use it. Go check it out. Yeah, if you're not doing it, just do it. So honorable mention, I'm running a little short on time, but honorable mention here is gonna be SSR. Like, we have to talk SSR a little bit. Now, what's awesome if we're using Fastify and Vite, there's this little plugin for Fastify called Fastify Vite, which lets us do SSR. So suddenly, like, we have a full stack where we can do SSR, and each component is modular, going back to those principles. Works with all the major front-end libs. It's going to handle the page-level templating, and then it's going to integrate all those routes that you probably have in your React router. It's going to add those into the Fastify server, so we can like map our client-side routes into routes on the server. I'm just going really quick here. If anyone wants to talk about this with me, I'll be down. We have a booth, a Nearform booth out here. Come see me, and we can talk about that in more detail. It's customizable. It's not magic. It's super transparent. An honorable mention, my colleague Jonas Galvez, like, he just released Fastify DX, which is going to have React and Fastify Vite all set up, out of the box, ready to go. Check out this project if you haven't. It's still kind of in beta. He just released it, I think, 2 weeks ago, and it's going to be like out of the box, having everything set up, but in a transparent way that you can customize. So, when I started the talk, we're talking about unicorns and rainbows. And maybe we can't have both. But if we start thinking about the problems that we're inevitably going to have in a production application, those non-functional component requirements, and we build those into our tech stack from the beginning, we can still have unicorns. Like, we may not have any rainbows, but I still got a unicorn. So, I just want to review the stack super quick. Why would I use this stack? Like I said, it's built for that complex functionality, those non-functional requirements that are going to happen at the end, that last 20%. We're thinking about that from the beginning. It's highly customizable. We can swap things in and out. Still has that modular design. All the abstraction layers, they're transparent. We can peel the covers off. We can get our hands dirty if we need to. And of course, it is a community, all community-supported projects, open source, got lots of eyes looking at them. So that's why I would use this stack, and that's how I'd sell this stack to your team when they're reaching for that framework that claims to do everything. I just want to, real quick, ask you all a question. We had the lean stack, we had the mean stack, we had the jam stack. What's my stack called? The best we could come up with is like Frump, Fastify, React, Urkel, Mercurius, Postgre. I don't know, doesn't really have a ring to it. Thought of like Firm or Murph, but those are a little bit weird too. If you have any ideas, send them to me on Twitter or come see me down at the booth. I'd be happy to talk about that. I work at Nearform. Like I said, we do have a booth. We're the maintainers of some really important open source packages on NPM with billions of downloads. We do professional services, but we also get to work at open source and contribute to open source. Awesome place to work. If you want to know more about Nearform, hit us up at the booth. Be happy to talk about that. I built a proof of concept, that pizza app. You can check it out at this URL. You can also see my slides. And if anyone has questions about these things, or they want to go into deeper details, I'd be super happy to do that. Come see me at the booth or hit me up on Twitter. Thanks, everyone.
Step over into my office.
Into the office we go.
Nice.
Our open platform built on WordPress lets you create breakthrough digital experiences so your business can go and grow faster. So when you're ready to go big, press ahead with WP Engine.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
From London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
The wonderful part of Shopify is you work with so many different expertise levels that together you find the right solution at scale. And that's where the real joy of the complexity comes from.
Commerce is evolving and we're going to evolve with it. And I love that it means that there is always more work we could be doing.
Stop waiting on your CMS. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content by Kentico.
Ionic enables web developers to build cross-platform apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, or Vue. Use Ionic components and hooks to native device APIs to build fast, beautiful apps for mobile, desktop, and web, all in one codebase. Learn more today.
The content you create works harder across more.
Remember, if you do want to have more questions, I know there were so many questions about different stacks and comparing them. Feel free to go check him out at the Q&A booth and also check him out at the Nearform booth. But moving on with the amazing content that we have today, we've got to first shout out another one of our sponsors, Shopify, the gold sponsor. You may have seen their booth. Shopify powers millions of businesses globally with essential commerce infrastructure. Shopify engineers work on challenging projects at scale across front-end, back-end, infrastructure, and data using React, React Native, and more stacks, and they are hiring. So check them out if you are looking for your next role. And another one of our gold sponsors that I want to shout out is Content by Kentico. Content by Kentico is a headless CMS featuring world-class support for TypeScript developers and a nice UI with live site editing for non-technical users. So once again, you can go and check them out. And now, without further ado, folks, I know we are super excited. I know there is a little how people are going over to different talks. That's totally fine. But if you are sitting down and joining us, can you give a massive round of applause after taking a picture of the QR code to make sure you can get your questions in? After that, can you give a massive round of applause to Matthias, who's going to be talking about Inside Fiber? Let's go.
Whoa. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Hello, Amsterdam. Hello, everyone who's online. I'm Mateus, and the session is Inside Fiber, the TLDR you wanted for. This is me. You can find me everywhere as Y Combinator, and I'm a senior front-end engineer at Medallia, and I also mentor front-end people in Tech Labs Berlin. By the way, we're hiding. Before we start, I have a few disclaimers. The first one is that, as you probably can imagine, React source code is really complex, and some of the thoughts I have here are a bit speculative. And the second thing is that maybe it's going to be not 100% what you call like a TLDR, but whenever you find like the huge payload of content, you'll see this icon, and it means we can discuss that in the after party or in the Q&A sessions and etc. So don't worry. Before I start, I'd like to provide you a bit of context of why I wanted to present this and why I wanted to talk about these stuff. So it all started with this friend of mine called Bruno. He was preparing this proposal to bring algebraic effects into JavaScript. So it was just like a regular TC39 proposal. And he asked me for some feedback. And when I was reading his proposal, I saw like a huge amount of topics I had never heard about any of them. And there was this huge cloud in my mind, like algebraic effects, coroutines, continuations, fibers, threads, generators, and etc. And what I wanted to do here was to put those in a way that it makes sense to go through them, and also to show how they all piece together in React. So starting with fibers and a bit of an overview, the way I like to see fibers is, let's think about a regular JavaScript function. So we have this add functions. It has two parameters. I just summed them. If you think of what the stack frame for that would look like, we would get something like this. We have a return. We have the function itself. We have a few parameters, and the local variables being the numbers our result. If we think about a React component, we can get to something similar. So we can think of a fiber in this way, where we have our component instead of a function, our props instead of our parameters, and then our component state being our local variables. So to start, we can think of the fiber architecture as this React-specific call stack model that basically gives full control over scheduling of what should be done. And a fiber itself is basically a stack frame for a given React component. But OK, we got to this definition. We got to this parallel with regular stack frames. Now we can start seeing fibers as units of work. So let's think what happens with our components. So once our template goes through the JSX compiler, we end up with a bunch of elements. That's what you know. What happens next is, during reconciliation, the data from all of these elements is merged into three of the fiber nodes that we'll talk a bit more about them. And then, of course, depending on the type of what it is, for example, it can be a function component, a class component, a suspense component, or whatever. So depending on the type of the thing, React itself needs to perform different types of work. So it's going to tag these. And then each element is converted into this fiber node that we're talking about. That's going to describe for React what kind of work that needs to be done. So this leads us to this unit of work thing. And because fibers are units of work, it makes that convenient to track, schedule, pause, and abort specific types of work. Now that we can abstract those in terms of units of work, we can also think about visualizing those units. And for this, I'd like to propose this first experiment that is inspecting elements. So let's take this simple app. I have just a few components with some local state, and I have this button. I'm incrementing and decrementing this local state, and that's about it. If we start logging our fibers in the console, we are going to see a bunch of metadata about our components, and we'll see metadata about props, about state, about etc. And I know this is like really tiny, but don't bother trying to read that. But I just wanted to see that there's a bunch of information there. And we can use, for example, this kind of information. So here's a piece of code where I'm using only 5 of these properties to iterate on those fibers. And what I'm going to get is, now I just copy and pasted the code into developer tools, and now I have Twitter open with a React Summit profile open. And I was iterating and storing those in a regular JavaScript map. And what I have now is that, for example, I can inspect a given element of that. So because those are in a map, I can click that and find those in the map. And I get a lot of metadata about components. For example, I can figure out that Twitter uses a lot of class components. So what I would recommend you to explore those is this part of the reconciler. It's called React Internal Types. So there you can see literally all the properties of a fiber and what kind of data they store. And another really interesting part is those work tags, because you'll see that, for example, React has 25 different types of tags that can be used to tag what needs to be done. It can be, for example, an arrow boundary, a suspense component, a profile component, a regular class or function component. So, and you'll see that this keeps growing. Like last time, a few years ago when I checked, it was like 5. So the more React adds features, the more you see those growing. Now that we can visualize those, we can also talk about manipulating them. So I'd like to be a little raise your hands here. So who here has ever heard about homogeneity? Woo! So this nice word is you'll find like in Wikipedia or some other sites that basically this is a property of programming languages in which the code used to express the program is written using the data structures of that language. This is really easier to visualize in languages like Clojure, for example, or Lisp. But for now, let's take as your code is data, and your data within the program is the code. What we just saw that React elements are just data as well. So we can start thinking of React and homogeneity. And just like Lisp and those languages that have this property, we can manipulate an element children or their properties in the way we want. And this allows us to do interesting things. The second experiment is parent matching in React. So I have this example of code where basically I have a match component, and I have with and otherwise. And basically, and this is typed, but what this code is doing is I'm trying to match a response of an API. And if it's an error, I'm going to render my error component. If it's an image, if it's OK, but it's an image, then I'm going to render a component. And then if it's a text, I'm going to render a different component. So that's pattern matching. And this is built by checking elements' internal metadata. By the way, the code for that is on GitHub. Now we can move to the next thing, coroutines. So I started reading about coroutines after I saw this tweet by Andrew Clark. He used to be coroutine in React. And basically, he said that React suspense would trick people into learning about coroutines. And he was right, like I was tricked in that. And then I started digging definitions out there for that. And I saw many of those, being the first one that a coroutine is a generator or a producer that can also consume values. So if you think about this, the generators we have in JavaScript, they can also consume that. So by these definitions, those would be coroutines. Another definition I found is that those are generators that can resolve async values, just like we have with async await, for example. And this definition is also really common in JavaScript because, for example, you can even remember co or bluebird.coroutine before promises were really a thing. Those were basically promise implementations based on generator. And even Bubble under the hood, it also does that. And the last one is like the one with more buzzwords, is that it's a generator that can yield with a stackful continuation. And I know it sounds like complicated, but we can think of this one as we had deep await. If you're familiar with React suspense, for example, you can think that in suspense, you can pause reconciliation at any depth of your components tree. So to sum up, we saw fibers. And in fibers, to summarize, we have control passed to a scheduler, for example, React scheduler. And this scheduler is going to determine what runs next. And it can be, for example, in Node. It will be something similar. Whereas in coroutines, basically you have control passed to the caller and handled by your code, so by developer code. So that's the key difference for these two. Now, we can talk about coroutines in React. So they first appeared when work on Fiber was going as a specific component type. So remember we saw that tags where you have all the different component types. You have two others that were coroutine component and Ude component. And the idea there, as opposed to Fibers, was to give you, the developer, the full control of pausing and resumping that. And by the way, there's this really interesting pull request that determines like their idea and how they meant to implement that and the whole thing. But the thing is that coroutines per se in React no longer exist. They face the field challenges, for example, optimizing those and memoizing, etc. They no longer exist, but I admit it's going to be really interesting to see in which form this was going to come up in the future. So, but what we can do is talk about how coroutines as an abstraction might have influenced concurrent React. That is one of the most trending things we're talking about recently. So if you remember this talk by Dan Abramov a few years ago, he was proposing this experiment where he had like this really CPU-bound operation happening in the component, and the component was lagging, and etc. I want to propose a similar experiment. So let's say we have this resourceful operation, and that's the regular JavaScript function that basically iterates up to 1 million, and then it sums the values and returns a string. That's just think of it as any CPU-bound operation. It can be, for example, cracking some password. And then you have the resourceful component that's just using that and rendering the result. So if we try to simulate that, you'll see that you can start typing, but it's going to start lagging to a point that your input field is going to be unresponsive, and then you just crack the whole main thread. And that's really bad user experience. So for the next experiment, I wanted to recreate the same example as we had a coroutines-based scheduler. So this is the code we had. I'm going to modify that a bit. And the key parts you will see is that now I have a generator function. My resourceful operation is now a generator. And I added this while true. I know it sounds hacky, but I just wanted to use in the very beginning of the execution. And now I created this instance of a new scheduler, and I'm passing my heavy operation. Let's see how this looks like, the actual code. So I can start typing, and you see, of course, it's suspensing because this scheduler is suspense ready. And you see it suspends while it's performing, but it doesn't lag at all. You see no issues with the user experience. And this is the whole source code of the scheduler I just shared. So it's not even 40 lines. And I would highlight this part. That is basically where I'm switching in 3 different states. So it can be idle, and then it can be pending, and then it can be done. You will see I'm throwing some promises because I want it to be suspense ready, so that you would see suspense execution. And what you can see is that, wait, did we just did something that sounds like use transition? So let's go back to the original code, and let's now do this start transition that's out there in React 18, as you probably saw. So let's see how this works. You will see that, yeah, it did like a bit in the beginning, but I have a really similar experience. So yes, we did using some coroutines magic. And when I stopped to think about in React, there's no use of web workers or WASM or anything for parallelism. So how does React feel like this? So what we have is this multitasking cooperative model where you have, yes, you have one single rendering thread, but it's interruptible, and rendering can be interleaved with other tasks and also other tasks